morning. Good morning, one and all, and welcome to Semifinals of Midweek Madness for this week. We'll have ACCM and Chart as our first set, and then coming up afterwards will be Barles versus FreakinAndy, and then the finals after that. So no Hyper Random today. Hyper Random looks like we're going to resume that tomorrow. Let's see, there's a 9 GMT set between Mihai and Tato. We'll see if I can wake up for that. That might be fun to cast. Let me make an announcement that we're live. There we are. Hello, Zerazi. So quiet. Is it quiet? It should be okay. I hope so. It looked like the music should be playing properly. And hello, Victor. Hello, Bailo. What is that? Angry Britons. That is quite angry. That is very, very angry indeed. Well, let me check out this Midweek Madness Discord, see if we have it somewhere. I'd look for the drafts then. Welcome everyone. It's alright, okay. It should be fine. I haven't changed any volume settings from what I normally do. I don't think so, at least. Oh, why don't you say hi? Thanks for saying hi. It's lovely to see you around. And here are the drafts we have going. We'll have Border Dispute. I haven't seen much of it on that map recently, but Border Dispute will be game 1. Nomad the home map for ACCM, and Row Rage the home map for Chart. I like the Britons. Like I miss the days when we saw Britons as a highly picked 1v1 civ. They were a good civ in AOC. Shame about Chaos Pit. Well, we might see more Chaos Pit later. Don't you worry. You regret working from home today. They were cutting tree branches outside your flat all day. Oh no. They were chopping wood. Did they have double bit axe researched? So if anyone else is watching on Twitch and or YouTube, and let me know how the volume is. So I'm looking at sound in OBS and it looks fine to me. They had chainsaw research, regrettably. It's the source of your troubles. I was thinking of adding a chainsaw to the villager cosplay when I did it. Maybe in the future. Row Rage is great to see, though. I have the Chuko News for the Chinese. And the Karambit Warrior for the Malay, representing our first 2 picks. Oh man, I love that the Civ Drafts gives us the unique unit as the option and not just the emblems. Because oh man, those unique units help me so much. My poor old Age of Empires habits that I've forged starting in 1999. I don't know what the emblems are. Chainsaw upgrade seems like they had the 5th Age model on it. Hello, Gannicus, how you doing? They're tearing down quite a few buildings from the 70s around the part of Stockholm you live in. Ooh. Tearing down those buildings. Pressing delete. Every so often you see those posts asking for more realism in AoE 2. Imagine the realism was pressing delete on a building meant you had to go send villagers to tear it down and take all the resources and the rubble and clear it. I think you had to do that in, what is it, Lego Rock Raiders. If you... deleting the building would have been teleporting it back to the ship. You had to go pick up the ore and the energy crystals from it. Oh man, I need to finish my Rock Raiders playthrough. I'd streamed that a while ago. I didn't finish it. I'll need to do that someday. Some chill late night Rock Raiders streams. One of the things you used to like of AoE 3 was that the units actually had to erase it down. You know, you mean like you grabbed your torches and threw them at the buildings? I think that's always one of the fun quirks of AoE 2 though, that you don't do that. And that you have the joke about all the longbows destroying the castle. Or the skirmishers. Let's be honest, most of the time skirmishers are no joke. So, as we get to the rest of the Civ draft, we'll have Japanese for ACCM and Koreans for chart. Bengalis for ACCM. And Lithuanians for chart. Destroying buildings 1 HP at a time. Destroying everything 1 HP at a time, other than archers. And then the shoe chart. And the Georgians. The Georgians, the final pick for ACCM. And neither of them taking the way. next Midweek Madness? I have no idea. I think Daniela said she wanted to take a break before the next one. Pool by map creator. I don't think I have enough maps for a map pool, though. Unless you want to do, like, the 36 by 36 maps. I don't know if players would want that for a Midweek Madness. Let's see, do we have a lobby up? No, don't see either player online yet. Oh, there we are. ACCM in the lobby. Perfect. That was a rather quick draft. They got it started pretty much right on time. Well, we're only about 10 minutes into this. So 3 sets today, both semifinals. They're both a best of 3, and then the finals, which is a best of 5. So somewhere between 7 and 11 games today. Let me double check Wikipedia and just check out the bracket this week. Make sure I do this in Firefox so I don't get inundated with ads like I do in Chrome these days. Criteria and brackets for this week. We look at it and we'll have Chart winning 2-0 over Viper the other day. ACCM, I think you might have admin one over Running. I think Running's internet died on him. Did Lewis sign up this week? I don't see a Lewis this week. We have Andy over UCL and Barles over Classic Pro 2-1. And the 2 of them, or the 4 of them, will be our finalists. No Viper. No Viper. Need to get Viper back in shape again. Chart did wreck Viper, it would seem. 2-0. Beetle does not want to play against Lewis. Well, neither of them signed up, so that certainly is a matchup that did not happen this week. Did the players launch? They did launch. Alright, it'll be Chinese versus Koreans on border dispute for game number 1. Chat, I'll need you to remind me to stay hydrated throughout the cast, because I need to drink water. I can feel the temperature changing outside. I don't know if that's making me slightly sick, but I can feel that autumn is here. If I ever did lose to chart, the goat. Don't worry about the goat though. Doubt's still just fine. One day, we'll see Doubt on top again, I'm sure. Like all things were meant to be. Okay, border dispute. 5 elephants in the middle. Okay, ACCM grabs 1 right away. And takes it at his TC. ACCM will be the Cyan Chinese to the east, chart the Green Koreans to the west. And right away, ACCM trying to be annoying with that scout. I'll just delay the elephant ever so slightly. A bit of a scout fight in the middle. There are some shorefish here. You can dock and take them. Can't dock between them. They're only 2 tiles apart. ACCM going to take a forward elephant. Going to take both forward elephants. ACCM doing some laming action. Grabbing 3 elephants all at once. Does the Vil make it back to the TC? Ooh, close enough. The scout. Oh, the scout doesn't get the block. The Vil makes it back. That elephant just didn't like being shot. And ACCM will get both of those elephants. Vil coming out here for chart should get the final elephant, no problem. There are shallows and whatnot in the middle, so you can't immediately quick wall the lame. Ooh, this Vil doesn't have loom. This Vil does not have loom. This Vil does not have loom. Oh, ACCM, the Vil stopped. The Vil stopped. And who will shoot this elephant first? The Vil down for chart. And, ooh, ACCM just gets there. ACCM has loom because he's the Chinese. He has extra Vils. And the Chinese with all the elephants at the start. Usually you don't think of the Chinese as a civ you take when you're going to have to do a lot of fighting like this, but it worked out for ACCM. The extra Vils. 38 seconds of idle time, but you still have a Nico lead there. So chart got past Viper, but ACCM is... I don't even know how old ACCM is. How old is ACCM compared to Viper? I got the impression they're around the same age. Viper doesn't have the wrist injuries Viper has, but I imagine the smoking will take a toll on him after a while. So plus 3 elephants and killed a Vil. The ACCM can't ask for much more than that, other than 5 elephants and chart accidentally deleting his TC, which, let's be honest, is probably not going to happen. Although, I say that, Tato did delete his TC the other day in a futile attempt to place a market. There are hares on the map. Oh, this is set up for a funnel. This is set up for a diagonal gate through the hares. And then you funnel to the TC. Will chart have fun with funnels. Oh, ACCM. Diagonal gate there to the gold, then right to the TC. Oh, this is a funnel tailor-made. Or diagonal gate tailor-made for ACCM. And he could even leave the gate up as part of a wall, or he could just palisade wall, whatever he wants. That's a funnel right there. Yeah, ACCM's older. Okay, yeah. 1989. Viper wasn't Viper 92 though. You know he's 1 year older than I am. I'm 93. Unless it's one of those like, what? Is he like an end of 91 birthday then? I thought he was early 92. Maybe I'm forgetting that. Hello, Ben W. Doubt. Yes. I always love when people type doubt in the chat. December 91? Okay then. Makes sense. Bills head out to the wood line. And they'll have a lumber camp out there. So double lumber camp split up pretty far for ACCM. He's up to feudal and he's up first. He's not docking. Chart is. And Chart, he is struggling. He is struggling big time in this dark age. ACCM completely dominated that elephant war. It was a 3-ville start, so you had to be careful. You can't lure all the elephants at once. But taking the Chinese kind of turned the tables on that setup. This water's so ugly, I don't know if I'd really want to be eating the fish that live in here. His 36th birthday was 4 days ago. Okay, okay. Stable going up for ACCM. He's looking to wall up and just open scouts by the looks of it. Spear and scouts. Grandpa. I know that was a millennia ago. Hello HQ. Been a while since you caught some AoE 2 action. Well, welcome to the Twitch stream. And he's not gonna funnel. He's not gonna funnel. He's gonna take the hares out here. And he's forward with the spear and the scout, trying to harass those fishing ships as best he can. Vill's repairing them somewhere. Guess that helps. 2 spears forward with 2 scouts. Don't think the Vills can fight this anymore. And the fishing ships have to run and sail and tumble around the pond to try to stay alive. And just wait for a demo, but they're going to go down well before that comes out. And Chart not even taking the hares. Oh, he did find some deer. Oh, I guess there are deer on the map then. And a good thing for Chart is he does at least still have the scout alive. Well, he's 400 resources behind the Chinese of all civs already. And that's a 3-ville lead for ACCM. How does 90s kids end up as boomers? I don't think we're boomers. At least we're not Gen Z. Can't imagine being back, like, going through college now with AI generated everything. Yeah, isn't allowed in most classes. I think there's a big it depends on where you are, right? Because AI is gonna become just kind of like a standard tool in pretty much everything you do, just like with autocomplete. And it's painfully obvious when someone uses it poorly. Well, like all things, right? You use it well and you get a huge advantage. You use it poorly, and it's laughable, but... There you go, scout goes down. And, well, Chart still trying to make something happen. Losing some HP on that spear. Skirm's take out the spears. has us go up over to the wood line, and we'll have a lumber camp going up in the bamboo for Chart. And ACCM will wall up over to the side. Ooh, has to notice that there's a hole there. Has to notice that there is a hole. As all those skirms come by, that's a low HP Vil. He'll swap to the house right away. But the low HP Vil needs to get more walling done. There's a hole, and the Vil might be a victim of the hole. Gets a gate up. Gets a bit of HP on the gate, and will hold the skirms for a moment, give him time to react and maybe get scouts into position. So Hero Villager gets enough HP on the gate, and here come 3 scouts and a skirm. To the rescue, perhaps. And they need to buy time for the rest of the skirms to get over. And Dangle, hello Dangle, how you doing? Spears go down. Spear tries to poke, but no doing there. Scouts will take out the rest of the skirms. We do have Castle Age on the way from Chart. ACCM has been walling the entire map. As we'll have a skirmish over here. Skirms trying to pick off the spear. More spears coming forward. I'll try to keep the scouts away. And thank you, Phil42, for the follow. We were on even 40 and we already feel like we grew up in a different planet. I feel like we've seen a ton of technological change in our time. It is quite the experience. I guess a year and a half ago, as I was taking care of my grandmother, that she still had a landline phone in her house. And the infrastructure essentially, like, crumbled to the point where every time it would rain, the lines weren't maintained all that well, so the phone would go out. And I was constantly trying to get Verizon to come out and fix the lines. It kind of dawned on me that it must have been so annoying, like, for decades. And I know I grew up with this in the 90s. Like, your house had 2 or 3 phones that would just ring loudly whenever someone called you. Like, that's so annoying. How is this ever how phones were designed? Just the loud, annoying ringing sound designed to get your attention and force you to answer as fast as possible. And you'd have to run to pick it up. Keep my phone on silent all day now. Oh, it's so lovely not having to deal with that. So, defensive workshop for Chart. He's still on the defensive. Is ACCM able to add knights along with this push? But Chart is going for a forward castle. And if there's one way back into the game, dropping a castle on your opponent's face, and with the Fire Lancer, right now it doesn't look like ACCM can stop this. He's gonna have to send Vils to fight. Maybe if the knights come out, he can stop it. One knight goes down. Another Fire Lancer on its way forward. Vils losing some HP, but the Fire Lancer there. Scout will maybe go down. The Vil's making another pass for it. ACCM now is able to bring his skirms. Where's the demo from Chart? Chart needs a demo here. A demo might actually be enough to save him, but castle looks like it might not go up. Didn't send enough of his village forward. 50%, but sending the Vils to fight was the right call from ACCM. He will deny this. And all the Vils will go down. So I doubt castle here from Chart if he wasn't behind enough. He's sending more. But first you don't succeed, send all the villagers. Let's go. Chart. Oh, he's turning back. Oh, rocket cart hits the skirms. Alright, alright. It's going for the rocket cart. And more vills forward. Skirms are there, knights are out. ACCM wants a workshop of his own. Okay, round 2. Here come the vills. Getting HP on the castle up to around 60%. And climbing. Are 2 knights enough to stop this? It's getting up to 70+%. Okay, a 3rd knight out. More vills here, 5 vills still for chart. But they are going down, and there is the GG, and ACCM will take a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. I'll use a head since the elephant lame, and I don't think chart could really do much to come back. You would need a very big stroke of luck, perhaps an insane demo hit. But 52 to 19 KD for ACCM with the Chinese. Extra vills at the start, making the elephant taking quite efficient for him. He's able to get 4 elephants out of the 5. GG, good doubt. That's always good. It's just assumed. In Green Heaven, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Namaste, thank you for the support. One-0 for ACCM. It will win a border dispute. That'll be the Chinese over the Koreans. And the next map will indeed be Row Rage. We'll have Chart picking his home map. Home phones are great. I miss messing with my older brother, talking to his... Oh yeah, that's the thing. Like, you pick up the phone, and then like someone else in your house would pick up a phone too and listen in on your phone call. Yeah, that was a thing. Then you just barge in. Where was the privacy? That was a thing too for home phones. Alright, so game number 2 will have ACCM as the Cyan Japanese to the south. This map will have the Land Fish by TC. And chart will be the Green Malay to the north. On Row Rage, we can see a few different civ compositions. You can see the water civs, like Japanese and Malay, to fight over the ponds. You can see the hybrid civs, such as Byzantines or Persians. And then you could see the open land madness type civs, such as Magyars, Huns, Romans. Many different ways to play the map. And then you can also see Georgians, because they're OP. Fortified Church late game. Lots of gold scattered around on this map. I have a lumber camp in the wood line to the back. There'll be acacia trees on the outside. Prank calls to random numbers you'd find in the yellow pages. Also phone books. I remember phone books. You have a big list of names and numbers you need to look through. And you needed to call someone. When I grew up, I mean, I think they had it. Or parents grew up with a party line, everything on the street could pick up and listen in. Really? They had it in the 20s when they moved rural for rural service. Oh, in their 20s. Oh, I was like, wait a minute, in the 20s? That doesn't make sense if they're your parents. Unless you're the very rare demographic of very old people who would watch my stream. So we're lured in here for Chart. So far, both players going to dock right in the middle. Chart walling in the dockville. ACCM keeping his 2 vills forward to take the fish. People born in the 80s count as very old? Maybe. I mean, I was told I was old for being in the 90s. Like I've been saying, I feel the age in my knees. 1986. I think you're on the older end of demographics who would watch my stream, but you're still, you're not very old. In Royal Queensland. Would have been the 80s. Okay. So, Acacia Forest on the outside being chopped for ACC. Ooh, ACCM found a vill. He found a villager. And he will get the vill pick. Loses some HP on the scout. 12 HP down, but gets a vill. I think he's happy to trade a bit of HP for 1 villager. I'm posting years in the chat. $1964. And that's even before doubt. Is that how we measure things? I mean, to be fair, Viper was born after Doubt, but he's old now, right? I remember when the days when Viper was the young player coming up. And Doubt was old. Before Doubt and after Doubt. In the year of our Lord Doubt. He was born on that was a young whippersnapper. At one point. Yeah, okay, ACCM with 3 militia on the pond, but our Malay player with their faster uptime is up first. And we'll start to get some fire galleys. 080, that's a game that has been in development for a long time. One day I'll have to check that out, 080. I remember seeing that from like, I don't know, 2013 or so. It's been a while. You were born as a grumpy old man. So Chart walling up, making sure the men-at-arms don't get in on his wood line, but will not get the gold walled in time. ACCM there at the scout to block. TC Fire will kill the scout. So ACCM does sacrifice the scout, but he will also get away with a cow. So a villain, a cow, taken for him. On the water, ACCM adding some spears. Spears coming forward, they will be poking down that fire galley. And nice spear addition. Remember, spears do have that additional attack against ships, +9 versus ships. Carrying over from the days when ships and camels had the same armor class, spears maintain their attack bonus. So having a couple spears added in against fire galleys can be really nice in these feudal age fights in the small ponds. You see that quite a bit on hybrid maps. And here we have ACCM winning the water, and his men-at-arms still are hoovering around in the back of Chart's base. Chart coming out with an archer to defend. You DL'd it once. Oh. Oh, the L, like, I thought you accidentally typed it like a capital I instead of a lowercase I. And I thought you were saying I'm 0 AD, followed by, yes, I died at once, to make, like, a Jesus joke. Oh, but no, you're talking about the game. In the second sentence. Anyway. Our ship's taking out the dock, Chart no longer fighting for the water. He is just defending with the range as best he can, but defending against a player who then will have Japanese fishing ships, and not just one, but 2 and potentially 3 pawns. Feels like he's going to be falling behind very quickly in resources collected, and that's exactly what we see, is Chart already down by 900 resources. Yeah, stealing every cow. Welsh mode? If you were to make a Welsh civ in AoE 2, what civ, or a Welsh player, what existing civ would you use? Would it be Britons or Celts? I guess Britons, the name implies that it's more than just the English, even though they're basically uses the English. And I'll have double bit axe on the way for Chart. AoE2 is a bit weird. That's true. They needed to shoehorn Braveheart into the game, though. And you couldn't have the same civ on both sides of that campaign, so needed 2 civs. Yeah, I know that was the first one. But then the second sentence. Hello, 11. Go with Celts, though, maybe because of language. I guess I'd go with Celts, because I guess the natural campaign would probably be Wales against England at some point, which means you want different civs. Do I think it's a good idea to let Japanese have a fish boom uncontested? I don't think Chart wanted to let the fish boom be uncontested, which is why he made fires when he got up, but can't much you can do to contest the water if you lose your docks. Celts crossed with Romans. Well, Chart at least has a sizable number of archers and skirms. I'll also make it to the castle age first. I don't think he really wants to engage, though. Fewer skirms and doesn't want to lose the archers. Mix in some French, mix in the Normans. I guess mix in the Sicilians too, because they were originally going to be the Normans. Until they morphed into the Sicilians. What is that Vil doing? Well, you can't work on a farm if the farm's being attacked. And the skirms are attacking the farm rather than the Vil. So he's just standing there menacingly. And we'll start farming again once the farm is no longer in danger. Stable coming up for Chart. And Celts, Romans, Teutons, Franks. Or remember, they were also portrayed as the Goths. Or I guess that maybe that was the Saxons. I'm thinking of that Hastings scenario. So elephants from Chart. Oh, let's go. Elephants against the skirms. Do skirms counter elephants? It's melee elephants. They don't even have the first armor right now. I think skirms do counter them. Oh no, skirm counters elephant. I think skirm counters elephant, chat. Oh man, look at that elephant getting skirmed. Chonko clock. That's what we have as the elephant goes down. Yeah, one elephant isn't enough for the melee. They need like 30. Oh, Mangonel! Ooh, doesn't get a shot, and no Repairville nearby for it. Can stay within the min range of the skirms. That's the best it can do. Good job to extract it. Skirms get to a point where they can shoot at it, and all of a sudden, they're no longer within the min range. So both players using the min range as well as they can. Skirm's not going to care about the TC fire that much. Scorpion comes out now. That'll deal with the skirms. That has enough attack to punch through their pierce armor. Mangonel will get a shot off. Not quite. Elephant comes out of the stable. And we'll have a TC attempted from chart. As the skirms come in the back, the elephant will chase to try to deal with them, but the elephant is slower than the skirms. They can run away or run into the elephant. They're going to try to pick one more vill, and they do. So 10 vill lead for ACCM, or 10 eco unit lead, I should say, as it is still fishing ships. Out working on all 3 of the ponds. It's a nice, big, juicy, deep fish for the Japanese. And through TC for ACCM as he does a forward workshop, and we'll do the unit the Japanese do these days, the Cav Archer. Fully upgraded, plus bonus attack against archers. Hey, they can't tank TC fire, especially when the TC only has fletching and does not have Bodkin. And the skirms have their armors, which they do now, they probably did have even then. Skirms chasing the crossbows around in the south, one crossbow goes down. Mangonels and the Scorpion come forward, and the elephant comes around. Skirm is picking off more crossbows. And gold mining on the way for ACCM. Skirm's going to be trying to take out the elephant, force it away. Mangonels, crossbows, and Scorpions still hoovering around. And ooh, the skirms within the min range of the elephant are not going to turn around and run. I'll need the Cav Archers to save them, and one skirm makes it out alive. Just wanted to pet the elephant, but the zoo is closed. And archery range, another range coming forward for chart, as he's trying to get a mixture of siege with his army. Down by 15 economic units now. Ooh, Mangonel goes down. Scorpion goes down. Ooh, Mangonel gets hit again as the other one trades it off. Or trades off against it. Wheelbarrow and Bodkin on the way for chart. And chart's still trying to hold on. But down 23 or 22 eco units now. 61 vills to 76 and 8 fishing ships. And ACCM able to come forward with his own siege with another Mangonel looking for a splash on the crossbows on the Mangonel. Bloodlines on the way for more HP for the Cav Archers. A Paravel there just in time, but in time to die. Let's let the Mangonel trade off against the other one. And ACCM will want Bloodlines before engaging. Desperation Repair is there from Chart. Will keep the Mangonel alive and to look to start pushing back. Maybe try to get a bit of presence on this pond in the middle. There's still fish there. Still fish there. Chart still booming away on 3 TCs, but the Vil lead for ACCM only keeps increasing. He's getting a bit of idle time himself now, and so is Chart. He will throw up a castle defensively on that hill. Very defensively from ACCM. He's not going to do something crazy to end the game right away. He's going to play nice and defensive. Keep himself alive, try to play a more sustainable game. And click up to Imp. So after the castle, or as he's doing the castle, he'll click Imp. Castle on its way up. And Imperial Age for both players. Mangonel is going to trade some shots. Okay, Mangonel hits the Cav Archers. Mangonel hits the crossbows. Crossbows dancing a bit. Crossbows doing a nice dance here. I mean, the melee will hit Imp first. Huge economy difference. 105 to 77, but at least it'll be Imp. At least he won't be behind in ages. I'm still with all the map control too. This will be a good chunk of crossbows now to get Bracer. Well, we have Guard Tower and Yasama and Heavy Plow for ACCM. It's gonna go Yasama Towers. Okay, ACCM cooking here. ACCM cooking. Crossbows come forward as they're gonna start pushing back the Vils. Conscription on the way in the castle. Hip in the middle goes down. More demos in here. And Parthian Tactics on the way for ACCM. Barles finished. Armor, Chemistry, Thumb Ring. Parthian. Wood upgrade even, all Cav Archer techs for ACCM. As he's going for it and breaking through on the right-hand side. And we'll get into the middle of the economy and look to hoover, look to do some hoovering, idle some farms, pick off vills here and there where we can. Find large clumps of farmers that will no longer be able to work. Who is Chart? Best player from Japan. He's been playing forever. Since the days before tournaments had tiers. Why isn't he wiping the floor with a 10k resource lead? kind of hard when you don't get that age advantage in Imp against the melee to pressure them early Imp. I guess that's why. He's also floating some resources. Doing a cannon galleon. Who's he doing the cannon galleon? Cannon galleon in the middle pond. Part of it's because he did his castle very defensively. He didn't go aggressive with it. So he doesn't have the forward map presence really to push into the base. He is now just going for a trail of Yasama towers. needs keep. Needs keep and arrow slits and murder holes and masonry. Elite cannon galleon even. Okay. Well, he's troubling the tower. Could use the cannon galleon if he wants to. By troubling the castle, there's keep and scale mail armor. I can love to see cannon galleons next to feudal age ships. So 50 eco difference now. Chart still just hanging on by a thread. As ACCM continues covering the map with towers. Now Yasama keeps. Katapuruto on the way for him. Continuing to click those techs, work through his tech tree. There we have some keeps. Elite cannon. I think Elite Cannon Galleon was necessary for these to be useful at all. They have 15 range now. Could get up to 16 with siege engineers. I could maybe get some long-range shots on skirms. Oh, Trebs, get the Arbs. Okay, getting some damage in. Cannon Galleon's getting shots on that army too. Here's that Elite Cannon Galleon paying off. We will have Elite Samurai from ACCM. He is really clicking all the buttons. I guess that'll help out against the skirms if he has Elite Samurai. There's a GG from Chart, as he's also pushed on the right from some towers. And he'll be losing his army there. So 2-0 win for ACCM. Nicely done. Couple of clean games for him. That'll be 90 to 86. Even a better KD for Chart. Huge military difference there, just as they were getting past Imp. But Chart hung on for a while. 20k more res for ACCM though. Not an overcomable difference there. That will be 2-0 for ACCM, who won on Row Rage with the Japanese over the Malay. So that was set number 1. My title should be, I think, Barles versus FreakinAndy next. Yep, Barles versus FreakinAndy. As I wait for the drafts, let me just update the scoreboard. Now let's see, it's supposed to start in about 30 minutes, but we'll see if they start early. I don't see their drafts yet. Other semifinal and other semifinals right now, yes. Hello, Jan Chess. Shout out Daniela. Once again for hosting this. So go give her a stream follow if you're not already. Did I sleep well? I slept better than I did yesterday. Did the shout out work? I don't see it on my OBS, but that might be an OBS bug. I don't see it on my Twitch either. I myself will take a very quick break then while we're in between. And we'll get into our next set. Again, this is a best of 3. And then the winner of this will then face ACCM in the finals. That will be a best of 5. Thank you, Goodyear, for the follow on Twitch. Hello, Mornay, and hello, Jarrett. I did get enough sleep last night to stream today. Hoovering hype. Always hyped for some hoovering. Alright, still don't see the draft or anything. Maybe we go cast a ranked game real quick until we get a draft. What's going on? Anything interesting going on? No one's super high level. There's Rage Forest. Maybe we just wait for the draft. Ooh, Daniela is typing. Daniela is typing. Starts in 5 minutes. Okay, that's not enough time to cast a game. That's enough time to talk to chat, though. How you doing, chat? How is the month of October treating you all? I woke up and I looked outside and I saw, thankfully, through streaming and programming and working from home, I don't need to walk outside in the cold mornings, but I saw all the parents and their kids walking to school were bundled up in jackets and hats. And I thought, wow, that is really cold. And then I looked and it was 44 degrees, and yes, it is cold. Lily! Hello, hello, hello. ACCM is off the charts. Yes. Jane Goodall, she did die, yes. I saw that the other day. What is that in Celsius? I don't know. 44, that's single digit Celsius, probably. 32 is 0 Celsius. Let me check this out. So 44F2C. It is 6 2/3 degrees Celsius. All these are very global. ACCM is from Vietnam. I'd imagine Vietnam, Japan doesn't have that bad ping, but whoever faces ACCM in the finals, Barles and FreakinAndy, both European. That'll be interesting ping. They probably play on the West India server, or end up swapping back and forth servers. Hey, ACCM would never kill anyone. He's not that type of guy. So Andy Barles, what's your predictions, chat? This could be a pretty close set. I'm not actually sure who I would favor here. I know Barles has been participating in these midweek madnesses. I think, what was it, last week it was Lewis winning over Barles? I casted that, I should know. I've completely forgotten. You're going 2-1 Barles. That's what I think I'd say too. We'll see, though. And hello, Buck Pucker. Hello, hello. You're a VOD watcher. Oh, nice. That's why I like the YouTube streams. You get the VODs to watch. I think I get a lot of people watching the VODs, even if we don't have as many concurrent viewers. I did mean 44 Fahrenheit. The temperature for me, yes. That is cold. 44 Celsius would be quite warm. Let that be an F. It does actually reach that around here sometimes, though. 111. That's maybe a bit warmer than it gets. But like 105, usually we have a couple triple-digit days over the summer. Don't think we actually did this summer, now that I recall, but I remember running in that heat before. Honestly, it wasn't that bad. I actually kind of prefer it to the cold. I'm not a cold weather person. We do need more lands in Cordoba. I could go for another land. The Hidden Cup meetup in Florida was great. I got a bit too sunburned though. I didn't have any like travel-sized sunblock to take with me, so I bought stuff when I got there, but it plan kind of backfired when I needed to reapply on the beach, and that was difficult because the SPF 100 became glue, and I was basically rubbing sand on myself because of how sticky it was. And I did not reapply properly, and then I burned. I burned everywhere. You see the handprints where I did and did not manage to get sunblock. More tournaments with the volcano map? Ooh, we need. I've been saying this for years, but we need to play some community games on the volcano map. Do enjoy the volcano map. And they're drafting. Let's go grab their drafts. Alright, Roar Rage, the home map for Barles. Canal Clash, the home map for Andy. And after one more ban, we'll get game number 1's map, which will not be Chaos Pit, Personal Pizza, Atacama, Migration, or Nomad. And will not be Black Forest. It will be Pez Panino. Favorite pizza? I like a good old cheese pizza. I'm not a big toppings on pizza type of person. Evo every year in Vegas in the summer, and I don't wish it on anyone. Blasted desert at 110 degrees. Hey, make you wish for winter. Go visit Lake Mead and the Hoover Dam out there. Do some hoovering outside of Vegas. Phoenix resident saying that Vegas is cold and dry. Is Phoenix wet? I don't think Phoenix is wet. Isn't Phoenix quite dry? Is wetter than Vegas. Okay. Next big LAN tournament will be the Ling 1 Cup. Yes. That one is physical. What do you mean that one is physical? Is LAN servers are everyone in the same room but connect over normal internet servers? Unfortunately, yes, in DE. Yes. There is, right now, LAN requires starting an internet connection, but then can run as a LAN, so it's actually completely useless. There's no, like, completely offline LAN. The HD edition was the same way. You need to connect to the server for it to work. But you can do a LAN game. The problem is that for spectating won't work then. The only actual true LAN that used the LAN mode, I think, was the Escape Champions League, the ECL finals, back when we did them on the original game with the user patch. That we did as a LAN. That honestly was, I think, the best experience of playing. That was so smooth. I miss user patch. So we'll have Chinese for Barles, then Japanese and Italians for Andy. Koreans also for Barles. Bottom row are random bans. They're civs that are banned randomly, not by the players. So player adds a bit of randomness to the drafts that players have to work around. You don't see them killing DE anytime soon? You never know. What programming language do I use? I use a variety of programming languages, Jarrett. All depends on what I'm working on. For the web dev stuff I've been doing recently, lots of JavaScript, TypeScript. The more personal projects I've been using Rust a lot recently. Rust is always fun. Yeah, Microsoft, from what I've heard, they were increasing the price of consoles, and also they increased the price of Game Pass. Yeah, their ultimate tier is now $30 a month, which is, for a subscription model, really, really pushing it. C# and Blazor? I've used C# before. That's when I was doing healthcare software. Everything when I worked on healthcare software, though, was no external frameworks. It was all no third-party libraries or dependencies. It was all us, plus using the doing stuff in .NET. Learn Rust. Rust is a fun language. My recommendation is always you should learn a functional language like Haskell, because it's good for your soul. You'll be a better programmer for learning it. And then you should learn something efficient, like Rust or C or C++, for writing software that actually needs to run quickly. And then you should learn JavaScript, because you kind of need to do web stuff that's kind of unavoidable for a lot of things. Still don't understand what functional languages are about. They're about writing code that is beautiful. Rust is a cult. It's a good cult. Learn Elixir to stay unemployed. I'll do some more programming streams sometime soon. Like I said, I'm working on some map scripting tooling. Once I get a bit farther, and it's not just me looking at a text editor, but I can actually get some type of like maps involved with the tooling, then I'll probably stream it. Fortran. Alright, so the players have launched. We'll get the ads out of the way, and it'll be Pez Panino, Bengalis for Andy, and Koreans for Barles. So welcome to the second semifinals. Winner will face ACCM in the finals. That'll come up right after this. And do IoT stuff? What is IoT stuff? Have I seen the tool of the new guy in RMS? I think someone sent it to me. Someone pinged me. Internet of Things. ChatGPT is honestly, is honestly really good at answering Rust questions. And it's kind of a weird thing that Rust is like so compiler heavy that it's easy to catch hallucinations immediately. And it's very boilerplate heavy, so auto-completion of a lot of the boilerplate saves a lot of the kind of frustration of typing Rust code. Basically stuff for watches, freezers, TV. Okay. Internet of Things. I have a crabby emote here. And a lot of Angular. My preferences are honestly, it's a simple project, just vanilla JavaScript sometimes. Well, why do we have a pause? Why do we have a pause? I hope the map isn't bugged. Oh, okay, we don't. Oh, what was that paused? IDE? I've actually just got added to the Windows beta for Zed, so I've been trying that out recently. I've never used the JetBrains product. I've mostly been using VS Code recently. Or Visual Studio in the past. Years ago, I used Emacs with Vim key bindings. That still is kind of my favorite setup of all the IDEs I've used. One day I'll have to try out NeoVim. And thank you, Lukewarm, for using your Prime sub. Hello! Hello, thank you for the support. So, Pez Panino, this is a regicide map. You start with a king. You don't have a scout, you have a king instead. And Bengalis, Koreans, 2 civs that can fight over water. And also we'll have good unique units on land. Rothas versus War Wagons, that could be an interesting pairing of unique units to fight each other. Cursor is good. I've never used Cursor. I guess that's a very AI, from what I've heard, this is a very AI heavy editor. I guess I can maybe kind of doing some of the stuff that Zed does. AI editors are going to be interesting for how people monetize them in the future. And how effective various AI models will be. Yeah, runtime errors in Rust? Rust kind of has that same, like, Haskell, OCaml functional language, very compiler-heavy vibe that if your code compiles, it'll mostly work. Is Barles old school? Barles is not AI generated, if that's what you mean. What do you mean by old school? He's a very experienced player. I'd say he comes from the school of Rage Forest, maybe. What is this ping I'm getting? Need more types. Always need more types. The dock's coming up to the west, fishing ship on the way out for Andy. Let's see what Barles is able to pump from his dock. Ooh, the king scouting will see the dock. See the Vil there. Sometimes we see players sending their own Vils forward and blocking with the king to get a Vil kill. That can be effective, but not doing it here. A couple more trees for Andy to chop through to get to the northern area. Looks like the thin part of the wood line would have been on the opposite side for him. It's a bit of an unfortunate spawn. Don't think it matters too much, though. On this map, you'll have a safe gold anyway by the TC, with the way he's walling. Has he been competing a long time? Yes, he has. Yes, he has, indeed. I'd say he's definitely been around longer than Andy. I guess Andy's been around for a while at this point. And ooh, actually, Andy, unfortunate scouting. He missed both of his sheep by a tile. That's almost doubt-like scouting there. At least Barles didn't find them to lame them either. They're so hidden, Barles couldn't steal them. That's just unfortunate scouting for Andy. Now, nothing really to say about that. Not a map issue or anything. Just he didn't find them. I've been thinking about taking sheep and doing something really hacky to make sure there's always a one-tile gap between the sheep. Maybe I'll do that in the future. That's going to be some more fancy map scripting placing. Yeah, because I know I already have my own preprocessor for map scripts where I auto-generate a lot of code for myself. And you'll probably have seen that if I'm doing the scripting. I didn't like completely rewrite the syntax like I think that other tool did. There are tons of little nuances and corner cases in the maps that I didn't want to go into that. Do anything about a new Red Bull tournament? I do not. Can I guess if we will get one next year? I have nothing based on, or to guess based on anything. I have no insights into Red Bull's thinking. I don't even drink Red Bull. Caffeine often gives me migraines. So I think, I think we might need one more tile of wall here. We'll have a gate. Oh yeah, Andy even recognizing that. Now he's gonna get the wall up. Okay, interesting. So he's going to wall in one of Barles' docks so that when Barles tries to go for fire galleys, he can't get fire galleys from both docks. Okay, I like this from Andy. Being a bit mischievous with his walls, but we'll separate the docks. And he will be able to go double dock fires against someone who, well, won't be able to go triple dock fires. Barles at least crafty enough to have had 3 docks and has the third one down here, but not the fire galley numbers that he will have wanted to have had. And Barles will have to hide behind his fishing ships for now. He'll sacrifice the fishing ships to keep his fire alive. Now both players taking their kings back in their bases. Andy walling in his king, just to make sure no stray units go to kill it. I don't know if that's the safest place to hide the king instead of putting it in the TC, but he'll keep it there for now. As Barl still pushing back on the water, things kind of even. Andy maybe with a slight production edge. Might need to see some demos popping out soon for Barles. And man, this is nasty. The way he walled that dock. At least Barles has a gate up, but I think he needs more walling to the north of the gate. I think Andy could probably sail around the north of it. How do I feel about the Large Kings mod for casting? I've never used the Large Kings mod. What does that do? Just make the kings larger? When I cast, I like to keep things as vanilla as possible and not use mods. The only real thing I use is small trees. Next Red Bull tournament is when 8v8 comes out. Well, we know that they're gonna do 16 players eventually. That's all in the map scripts. We don't know exactly what that's gonna be because we saw it in the Battle Royale map scripts, and maybe it's just 16-player Battle Royale. Some would even say it's huge kings. Ooh. Well, if they're huge, how can we say no to that? Imagine being a king and your peasants wall you into the wood line in the name of safety. That must be horrible. Stuck back there and staring at a tree. So Andy, with his walling brilliance, will claim the water. I think he has enough fires out. He should be able to win this. Thinking of honestly, Barl's not giving up though. Barl's not giving up. Andy has 4 fishing ships, and they're taking oysters. Being able to take oysters, I guess, gives you more flexibility in your build. Demo was just gonna have to take something. There it goes. Can't wait for 8 versus 8 Black Forest PowerPoint battles with 1 every 10 seconds. Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of things they could do before getting to 16 players. Imagine having 8 players on a team and needing to re-invite them every time you try to play another game. Your party doesn't stay together. Alright, so there we go. Andy taking a good fight, clearing more of the water. Hasn't taken out Barles' dock, though. And Barles now shifting to land, will be coming forward with archers. Oh my gosh, all the archers have to do is walk over to the wood line, and they will find the king. It's a good thing that Andy is walled up fully over here. And better hope there's no hole. He's up to the castle age. Up to the castle age. Competent lobby anytime now, right? It's called AOE2rex.com. Low HP vills. And ranked rooms, right? Surely the lobby system and ranked system won't be 2 separate systems anymore, so matchmaking will kind of help you find a lobby, and the lobby will persist. And we'll have persistent lobbies, so our tournament games won't have to back out and create a new lobby and invite everyone every time. Hello, Chris TV. Alright, guys, coming down to the dock. Watchtower coming up on that hill for Barles. We'll have Castle Age on the way. Barles about to lose a second dock and a third dock. So Andy will have full water control and is still walled fully. There's Andy up to castle. Is Barles cooked here? I think the fire galleys have cooked him quite thoroughly. Ever since this wall came up and made it in equal dock numbers instead of an advantage for Barles, I think this wall is huge. This wall is absolutely huge in winning the water. Barles docking over here to go for a bit of a block. But now, Barles also, I said it earlier, he didn't fully wall with stone to the top. He left the beach behind this, and now Andy will just sail on through. He'll sail right on through and get to the opposite side. He's docking there too. Barles did shift his fishing economy to the right, but he's still in the feudal age, trying to wall. Oh, he gets a wall up in time. Didn't see he had a Vil there. He gets the wall up in time. That'll keep the fires out. Fires won't be able to shoot over the gate to hit the walling Vil. So Andy will have to rely on this dock now. Oh, clutch walling from Barles. At least that means he still has fish. Still has fish. And remember, it is regicide, so you never know when a sudden king snipe could end the game. I'm sure he'd be much more comfortable, though, were he to have had this walled. Oh, and he's going for a wall tile. The skirmishers are there. The fire galley needs to block, and it does block. Keeps the Vils away. And that'll keep this open. Andy ensuring the middle passage stays open. Siege Ellie first is a choice. Siege Ellie's at home. Andy has Siege Ellies at home. And as you see, like, oh no, Barles, you walled me in. I gotta break out. Wants to go for the tower, maybe? Maybe he sees that there are only archers forward, and with a few skirms feels he can defend the siege elephants against Vils long enough to make a push for the tower. Maybe a push for the workshop. I think you can go for the workshop first, just make sure there are no rocket carts that come out. Same time, Andy's still not able to break through the dock. His forward dock, he'll have to train fires, but already down in numbers there. He's going for the tower, and goes for the tower. And a rocket cart will, however, be able to come out from the workshop. This is where I felt like maybe going for the workshop might have just stopped that. There's one. And we'll see how devastating that rocket cart is against the skirms. Elephant's going for the other tower. Did he destroy that tower? It might have been deleted. Either way, Barles doesn't have the stone for another one just now. High-speed chase here. Elephant going after the rocket cart. Vils to repair. Rocket cart goes down. Spear pokes the elephant in the back. And there's a GG from Barles. So, ever since that initial wall, Barles not able to break through, the elephants clear the workshop. That was a brilliant wall from Andy. And it led to his winning the water. So well done, some creativity in the walling across the shallows from Andy. Definitely knows the map and is familiar with it. He played in the cookout. And nice win against Barles. So Andy one win away from making it to the finals. His best of threes can be really brutal. Barles not finding himself in a hole. I guess that he has to remember, there's always a hole. It's Koreans. Losing to Bengalis. And oh yeah, he never had demos himself. That's right. He was the Koreans that game, right? Yeah, Bengalis, Koreans. That's why we didn't have demos, because he was Koreans. The next map will be Row Rage. Next will be Row Rage. And party's not staying together. It is very frustrating. 16 players before GTA 6? Maybe. Andy is not ACCM, that's true. I've met both of them, and they are different people. Imagine pausing. Imagine 16 players pausing and unpausing. Right? It's 10. Oh, if they don't change the pause system, and it's still 10 pauses per player. That's 160 pauses you get per game. Alright, as I whack my microphone, my phone. Alright, we will have FreakinAndy as the jurors against Barles as the Chinese on Row Rage, and I'll start by taking the land fish. Chinese for Row Rage to take advantage of the land fish. I'll get your TC having no idle time, 1 second of idle time for Barles, and that's it, as the Chinese. Chinese are going to be insane on this map with that villager advantage. And Andy's the jurors will be facing a Chinese civ that no longer has camels, but does have fire lancers. And fire lancers, I think, will be scary until the chakrams come out. Imagine the 105ing. Yeah, so this was a map that I actually had to change quite a bit for the cookout, as it was one of the Danger Ducks maps that when we worked for a 3-player map size, but for 1v1 map player size, had to adjust it quite a bit to make sure the golds were less uneven. So we'll have 1, 2, 3 golds for Andy. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or so over here for Barles, but they're far enough away and kind of in neutral locations. And I think that still works out. Lots of gold in the middle to take too. The map isn't perfectly fair, but it's definitely much better than it was in the at the start of the cookout, when sometimes one player would get no extra golds and the other would get 2 or 3. I don't know, TC idle time with the Chinese. That looks so scary. Already up by 2 vills because of that loom, and we'll maintain that vill lead now. And there's no looking back. He's already 300 resources collected ahead. Already, he's more than made up for that difference. We'll have the cows in the mill. That's more than sheep. That's cows. That's 150 times 8. Hop in there, little cow. There we go. Okay, so that's why Andy took the Gajurs, to put all those cows in the mill. Let me do some quick math here. The land fish are kind of silly. Alright, so I opened a terminal. Here, so this will be 150 times 8 is 1,200 food in the mill. So 15 times math.log 1 plus 1,200 over 200. That'll be okay, that'll be around just under 30 food per minute from that mill then. Alright, it's a nice mill generation. That'll definitely help you pump out your vills. Probably from the boars. It's definitely the Chinese having 3 extra vills for the shorefish. That's what the difference is. That's not just boar drop off. That is Chinese. See, now it's 1,600. That is the Chinese start when they take from deep fish. That's what that difference is. So feudal first for Barles, and if he's looking to force a game number 3, this looks like a very good start to the game for him, simply because of the civ. And oh my gosh, Chinese are insane on this map. So Camel Scout for Andy, Vil coming back for Barles. He'll be looking to do a barracks in front of that gold. Yeah, res collected is absurd. Now it's caught up a bit, and that might have been the 600 might have been food in the hands, but there still are dolphins everywhere. Still dolphins for Barles, and we'll finish the barracks just as he gets up. And as the Chinese, wouldn't be surprised to see a scouts opening from him. As I said, sometimes you do see the land madness like civs on this map, and that's what we get with Gajars versus Chinese. Oh, what is that quick wall from Andy to save the Vil? Barles didn't path properly there. Did pick civs. This was a home map, though. It was a home map, and Barles certainly has a civ for this map. Is it wise to open Scouts versus Camel Scout civ? As the Gajurs, you really don't train many Camel Scouts in Feudal. Maybe Andy will do it this game. He's on gold. Okay, so something we don't see that often. I mean, usually Camel Scouts, you can't afford them that easily in Feudal because of the gold cost. And you'll see them added in more after you click up to the Castle Age as a transition to have them turn into camels as soon as you get to the Castle Age. Your Feudal Scouts, you have all the deep fish, maybe some forward fishing ships of your own. And then you have the gold. So Camel Scouts could be fun here. Let's see how it works. Andy's not going to need a farm for ages. The boar and the landfish and the extra berries of the Gajurs and the cows in the middle. He's going to have a lot of food. Have catfish for deep inland. Alright, so Gajurs being able to hide the fishing ships in the dock. Nice bonus on this map for the small ponds. But around 20 years ago as a child and recently started back a few months, you're around 600 elo. That is definitely an elo. You definitely have a lot to learn, that's safe to say. But I guess the lower your elo, probably the faster you'll improve. There's so much to learn at that level. Everything you learn will be a big improvement. A dock being attacked by the fire. Andy gonna go for a demo. He will demo the spears. Demo the spears. And, oh, he's still gonna get poked though. Still gets poked. Suffers a poke. Camel Scout, does that have an attack bonus against ships? +2 against ships. Same way it has +2 against camels. Again, the relic from that armor class, but still helpful in taking out the fire. Down it goes. Elo game works like the Gajars Mill? Not quite. Elo is a logistic function. Mills are logarithmic. Camels take out the fishing ship as the spear is forced back. Oh, fire in the dock. Does a relic from the old armor class generate? What do you mean a relic from the old armor class? Armor classes shouldn't affect gold generation. It's 30 gold per minute. Or half a gold per second for each relic. And the Aztec bonus, of course, increases that. Then you get 40 gold per minute. Where's the... Oh, there's the Vil. Building that. No, you cannot frost lips. You cannot... it's logarithmic in terms of the total food in all your mills. You can't build extra mills and divide them. That was a bug in the pre-release version, but by the time the change actually was live, they had fixed that. Can't just divide the... You can't just build 8 mills and put a cow in each one. Okay, demo from Barles. We're not using the demo. Just kind of soaking up some fire galley fire from it. Right now it's just a demonstration ship. I'll have to find a way to impact something at least. Oh, he uses it right before the Camel Scouts came over. Probably would have preferred to hit the Camel Scouts. Is a relic from the old armor class. Oh, yes. Yes. It is a relic from the old armor class. A relic. As in... I think you're making a joke on our use of vocabulary. I don't mean relic as in an AoE 4 developer. Are relics still working on AoE 4, or is that just like a World's Edge thing now? I don't even know who's still working on that. Apparently they're getting a DLC. The Castle Age first for Barles is up by 600 resources and immediately can add in 2 TCs. Camels from Andy by the looks of it. Double stables, so camels will be the opening of choice for him. Yeah, foiled again. I mean, it definitely is the type of bug that would occur, because it is the bug that did occur in the pre-release, but at least they thought about it and fixed it before it was live. What bug? In the pre-release of the Gajar mills, if you built 1 mill for each cow or for each sheep, you generate food faster than putting them all in one. As the log would apply per mill instead of per total food. So 3 TCs for Andy, but we'll be a bit later than Barles in adding them in. And for as big of a resource difference as Barles has, Andy's done a great job of winning the water. No one taking the side ponds, though. Relic, aren't they the guys that made Company of Heroes 2? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They made Age of Empires 4. Is it worth building a mill for each one? In the pre-release, in the bug version, yes. You did get more food for it. It would be the type of thing, imagine if there were chickens now at least, and you had 2 mills and you split them up half and half, one on the berries, one on the chickens. Wouldn't be able to afford all the wood early on to make lots and lots of mills, but was useful to have it split. Chicken contributes as much as a cow. It doesn't. It doesn't. It's based on the total food in the mill. So each cow contributes more than a sheep. The food per minute formula is 15 times the natural log of 1 plus the total amount of food in all mills divided by 200. Now, so Fire Lancers for Barles, we all know how scary Fire Lancers can be. Maybe the demos can try to demo them. You put the low food ones in the mill on hyper random, oh no. Fourth TC at the front for Barles. As that relic will come on in. Demos look like fishing ships on steroids. Imagine if you could collect fish, and the more fish you had, the bigger the explosion. Like charge up the demos a bit by fishing. So monks coming forward, they want some conversions. Conversion coming in on the demo. Andy has the score lead, and I gotta say, impressive for Andy to have the score lead here against the Chinese. With that huge of a resource difference, but I mean, honestly, 600 res, 500 res, and he's kind of closed this slightly. He's kept even with Vils, despite being slightly later on the TCs. And he's done a great job of controlling the middle, making sure that Barles doesn't fish anywhere. Bass boosted boat boom. Oh, the bass boosted boom boat. I never played Company of Heroes. Maybe I'll have to try it out sometime. I mean, it is the same engine as AoE 4, right? That's based on a continuation of the Company of Heroes 2 engine from 2006. So Fire Lancers coming forward for Barles. Fire Lancer is something that I think the Gajars struggle with. How's this fight? That can't be that. They're all low HP, but the camels. Can the camels win that? Maybe Andy shouldn't have disengaged there. Maybe he actually would have won better had he stayed and committed. Yeah, he should have committed there. Okay, that was hard to judge, and I don't really blame Andy for running away, but he does clean them. Anything Fire Lancers don't kill? That's a good question. Maybe hand cannoneers. I still remember the phase of the early 2000s when shooters were all like licensed versions of the Quake 3 engine. Those old id Tech engines. Now that's how Call of Duty started. The COD 1, I think, was the id Tech from Quake 3. What was that, id Tech 3 then? Everything's Unreal 5. Yeah, that's true. Lots of Unreal. Or Unity, depending on budget, I guess. Hey, there's the demo. There's that Unity port of Lego Rock Raiders that I was talking about earlier. I streamed that before. That was amazing. Or not Unity, that Unreal port of Lego Rock Raiders. So both players up to Imp, clicking it around the same time. Barles needs a couple of quick walls here. And he does get them up in time. 2 houses, nicely done. They die hard to cataphracts. Okay, that is true. They should die hard to cataphracts. Yeah, the Rock Raiders was spectacular. It was, I mean, it was a fully 3D game where you could go first person and control the individual units. And it was released like the same year as AoE 2. I think they were like a month apart. Yeah, Lego games got to the 3D far before Age of Mythology. At least 80% of the new games are Unreal 5. It will be very, very popular. That's what I saw. Was it The Witcher 4 is on Unreal 5 too. Never played Shogo, no, Super Skinny. So monks wanting conversions on the Fire Lancers. Andy's saying I want Fire Lancers for myself. It's a couple of conversions. Once again, the camels winning a fight. These camels, pretty darn scary. What are their attack against camels? Only +4 against camels, +5 against cav. Andy will look to get a castle forward. Nice outposts everywhere from Barles, keeping track of what Andy's doing. Scores flipping back and forth. Yeah, Manic Monitors is what I'm talking about. So we'll have Elite Fire Lancer, Chainmail Armor, and Ballistics. Trebs on the way. How would Chakram Throwers do against Fire Lancers? I feel like you get enough Chakrams out and they should counter them. But that's a big if, because they need to survive the initial attack. And if these things have a lot of armor, then they should still be decent against the Chakrams. Chakrams do melee damage, not much of it. And Fire Lancers have good armor and more on the way. So actually these Elite Fire Lancers now, with 4 melee armor, they'll do well against the Chakrams. They'll resist the Frisbee damage, since they only do melee. Yeah, no attacks against anything that... Wait, do they count as shock infantry? No, they don't. Or wait, yes they do. 0 shock infantry. So, okay, Chakrams with a bonus attack against shock infantry might be helpful here. But that's a lot of Fire Lancers now. As Barles takes the score lead, it looks to push. And this should be a fight he wins and wins easily and takes out a Treb and a lot of camels. Now I think we're past the point where the fights are hard to judge. That Treb will go down. And Andy saves a Treb, has to do Bodkin. But his castle's being trebbed right now. Barles is coming forward. And Barles with... Okay, where I said the eco lead was kind of similar earlier, that has changed. Barles with a huge eco lead now. Up by 5k res and pushing that castle hard. You like the color orange? I mean, blue and orange, we have our Mets colors to remind me of the pain of missing the playoffs by the final game of the season this year. Decent damage from Fire Lancers against the castle. They do have +3 against buildings. Is Arson in for Barles? Yes, Arson's in. And this might be GG soon from Andy. Andy making one last push on the side with elephants. Barles trying to wall it out. Doing everything he can to wall it out. Falling behind the wood line even. He'll need to react to that, but he's having much more fun hoovering around inside of Andy's eco. Wants to pick off a Treb. Lots of repairs though, and that Treb will stay alive. Fire Lancers will go down having tried to pick the Treb. And they'll be in the fields fighting against the Vills. And Hypno level 37, thank you for using your Prime sub. Oh, thank you everyone for the Prime subs. We had lots of Prime subs today, I appreciate it. Treb's now going for the archery range. Workshop goes down, range goes down. And there's a GG from Andy, and that ties it up. That ties it up 1-1. Barles with the Chinese uses their economy and gets the win. KD is surprisingly equal, but economies are not. Uptiming is very close. KD close, but Chinese OP for this map. Even with Andy breaking at the end, not going to be enough for him as the Fire Lancers are back to defend. Good at walling things out. That's those Rage 4 skills. Shining through for Barles. So he does win his home map. Andy's home map for the final game. And it'll be Canal Clash. Alright, here we are. Canal Clash. So this is Canal Clash game number 3. Andy will be the Japanese, Barles will be the Hindustanis. They start with a flying trade cart. And ask me why. Apparently the pathing was bugged, so Danger Duck's solution was to make the trade carts fly. So interesting thing about this, you make units fly in AoE 2 by giving them 0 X and Y collision size, so they don't collide with anything. The problem is, I don't know how long this has been a thing, but I noticed it when I was moving them around, and maybe this is a nilly pathfinding patch thing, that when they don't have collision size, and you're microing one of them, you can move them back and forth through forests no problem, but if you have a group of trade carts, the group tries to avoid the forest, as though it still had collision size. And you might be wondering, why would you come up with making the X and Y sizes 0? Because that's what happened in Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, to make the X-Wings and all the fighters fly. That's a random fact of the day, right there. And there are markets in the corner, so you can go trade with them. Doesn't make it immune to melee damage? Nope. Still hits it. I guess maybe the question is, how do ranged attacks hit it? And I don't actually know. Maybe the projectiles and the pathfinding have different collision boxes. You definitely can't attack these things. See, did that arrow not hit it though? Maybe that's we're seeing the effective 0 collision size. Do the AIs react to them? I have no idea. But yeah, people had managed to block boars with them, so there's some type of reaction to it. What exactly that is, I don't know. Yeah, we see it going right over the stone there. Also, you have little Komodo dragons on the mountains there. They have a nice little scenic perch to watch the action unfold. This one looking out towards the canal, or looking out towards the ocean. I don't know what it is on the side. Yeah, I have seen the boar's path around them too. So I don't actually know all the ins and outs of it. Well, you're correct about that. And you won't be able to trade. The market's a female villain. Thankfully, it doesn't crash capture age when I click on it. Won't be able to trade until you have your own market. Sure, this Star Wars game didn't have that behavior. No, it didn't. No, it did not. Willing to play some more Galactic Battlegrounds sometimes. I have streamed that a couple of times. It's a weird universe we live in now. Or people who were children then have nostalgia for the prequels. And they managed to make an even worse set of movies after the prequels. Somehow. Yes, there were dragons there in the editor from the OG Forgotten Empires mod. Yes, there were. Or there was a dragon. That was indeed there. Yes. Yeah, from what I heard, some people at Forgotten Empires tried to reach out to Disney, because they own the license now, about doing a Galactic Battlegrounds DE, but were not met with success. Prequels are a meme mine. 11 for episode 1. That's the thing, I don't even know who the target audience of episode 1 was. Like the plot's about the taxation of trade routes. That's not a movie for 11-year-olds. Give up on the franchise after seeing 7. Yeah, you know, The Force Awakens as a standalone movie, I don't think is all that bad. But I think it is much worse in after the next two, in that all of the interesting plot threads or questions they had tried to set up were not given any type of satisfactory conclusion. We had a King Arthur scenario with the dragon. I didn't know there were no dragons in the King Arthur stories. Didn't watch your Monty Python. So, Feudal Age first for Barles. Hindustanis versus Japanese. Could be nice to get Shiitake hand cannons in the late game, although maybe the Japanese cav archers, maybe even particularly Japanese cav archers with their +2 attack versus ranged soldiers would be good against hand cannons too. See if it gets there though. I remember seeing Viper go FC Conks on this map. We've seen Mongols put on the map quite a bit. You have good hunt. To be honest, I myself am not too familiar with the Legend of King Arthur. I'm an American. And not really what I learned about in the school. Early 2000s games. Oh yeah, I played Rogue Leader and Rebel Strike on the GameCube. That was a lot of fun. Those games were fun. Rebel Strike was a really crazy game that had amazing flight sections, and then like what was the rest of the game? Why did they add those foot missions? A lot of random janky stuff going on there from Factor 5. Yeah, there was King Arthur as an actual hero in the editor, right? I think so. You hated the AT missions? Yeah, those ones too. Those weren't as bad as the foot missions, though. The ship missions they had were great. Alright, I had that, Secret Weapons over Normandy, and Crimson Skies. Those flight simulator games. Or combat flight games, whatever. So we have scouts here getting in. Andy not fully walled. Barles with the spear and the scout going for some pokes. Poking down the Vil as the Vil has to try to run. And the scout's getting in. The trade cart from Barles. Can you block walling with the trade cart that flies? I don't know. Either way, he is walled. Can the trade cart? I guess it can go through the forest anyway. If only this had garrison capacity and you had a flying transport. It's a mill in the corner on some deer right next to the market. He did have a map with a flying transport. I remember casting it and I think there was an issue where it didn't work for one of the players, but that might have just been the player not figuring it out. Okay, yeah, there you go, pathing right over the wall. You did have flying transports in Galactic Battlegrounds. Letching in for both players. Skirms, you like the unit composition? You want to see some skirms? Hawks and eagles fighting each other in the air. That is an idea. Well, what would that micro be like? Imagine Leary with Hawk micro. It looks like on the water, Andy taking the lead. Barles is a fishing ship all the way over here. I don't know how it got over there, but he'll need to redock if he wants to fish over there. Castle Age on the way for Andy. He's the first one to click up. And we'll have a lot of Japanese fishing ships, so many that he's actually taken all the fish nearby. And we'll need perhaps more forward docks to keep fishing and not be too inefficient. Like that scene at the end of Return of the Kings where the eagles are coming. Exactly. That is how the Fellowship won. Gandalf knew the key to winning any type of battle was hoovering a gallows. The skirm's going for the archers. Archers have to dance a bit. Dancing back and forth. Taking the spears down, taking the skirms down. Alright, Gallia's killing some archers over here. Have crossbow on the way for Andy. So we'll be opening crossbow and ballistics, not adding in extra TCs right away. Looking to apply pressure in early Castle Age. Use his timing advantage. Ooh, force Barles maybe onto the water, where the demo will stop his micro. Hoovering a gallows, it is a meme. It is a wizard meme. Ballistics on the way now for Andy. I'll have Elite Skirm and Bodkin on the way for Barles. Oh, if that demo could land. Oh, demo. Andy with the demo. Barles splits and splits again and splits again and dodges. Only 3 skirms down. Nice splits from Barles. The dance moves to avoid the demo at the end. And he can keep fighting the crossbows now. Alright, that was about as good as he could have hoped for avoiding that. Maybe a bit of splitting at the end could have been farther away, but avoids most of the demo. This is the meme from the Wizard stream. It's hoovering, and it's just a meme. I'll need to get a link to the clip sometime, in case people are curious. So second TC for Barles. If Andy's not able to do pressure soon, maybe Barles can make up for the difference of the fishing ships and the eco, but already, that's a good food difference from the Japanese fishing ships. And oh, the scouts from Barles, they don't notice the spear. Barles did not notice the spear and lost all 4 of his scouts. Oh, that's horrible. That is horrible, losing the scouts. I guess he wasn't pressuring with them anyway, but Andy coming forward with the crossbows, and I think Barles in a spot of trouble here. He is walled to the point the crossbows might not want to dive the TC. Maybe we just need a forward siege tower to help the crossbows dive. Mangonel wants to get some hits on the elite skirms. Elite skirms a bit trickier to deal with. Not really getting direct hits. Now the Mangonel can start going for the TC, so Andy has a second TC of his own, both on 2 TCs. That Vil count is just the same, but 53 Vils to 43 Vils because Andy has 10 fishing ships. And the challenge for Andy will be keeping the fishing ships working to the point where they don't become essentially idle Vils. So Wheelbarrow now on the way for Barles. Knight taking out skirms. Let's see if the Mangonels can push into the TC. Another TC, third TC, and Andy will look to take some stone there and maybe try to finish off the set with a castle drop. With that range on fire, Mangonels take it down. Mangonels come forward, start hitting the other TC. Mangonel gets a shot, the other one dodges though. That's now 3 Mangonels on the TC for Andy. And with water control, it makes it hard to pop Mangonels out from this workshop too. All this back area is contested. If a War Galley were there, that'd be different. And then gill nets for Andy. He's gonna look to keep fishing. And this TC has seen better days. Barl's not gonna bother repairing it. He only will have a watchtower. Trying to do guard tower. We'll go for a guard tower defense. Andy doing a tower of his own. What are these sudden towers? Andy will look maybe to go around the tower, maybe destroy the archery range, and get on the hill and then go for it. Destroy the stable. Destroy both. And Knight coming forward. That's a lot of Vils on a tower. That's a lot of Vils on a tower. Now, he can't wall it out because he needs gold access. This gold's all forward. I think he finished whatever gold he's taking in his base. And wants to go out on the outside. Tower will help him secure it. And he wants to TC there. Okay, make up for the lost TC. Yeah, he had one more at the back. He wasn't 0 TC gaming. He did have 1 TC there. Hasn't gone down to 0. There's a cow and a trade cart on the left side, so nothing in terms of damage that he's been able to do. Tower forces the crossbows back as the Mangonels go for the university. A castle. Vils coming forward for the castle. There they go. 8 Vils going for it. Yeah, it's going to be on the gold. The gold. Oh, that Barles had been trying to secure. He's just going to go for another TC. That Vil difference just getting huger and huger. Barles' win condition, not dying. Hoping he can hold somehow, maybe get enough guard towers, but that castle is going to make it really, really difficult. As if it wasn't difficult already. That's a get out of my game castle. That's a I will castle here in just a moment castle. Guard tower from both of them. How often do we see mirrored guard tower fights? Not often. When's the last time I saw a 1v1 where both players did guard tower? I don't even know. That's another TC that'll go down. Or deer getting mangonelled. Yeah, I guess the corpses aren't removed by mangonel shots anymore, thanks to the unfortunate food decay change. You going for gourd towers for pumpkin season, for pumpkin spice latte season? Houses for Barles, just trying to hang on to some population. Now down by 30 eco units. There is Bloodlines and Treadmill Crane. And a knight for Andy, Ford Stable. We'll probably go Cavaliers and end it by raiding. Now, Imp on the way for Barles. He probably just doesn't want to resign before Imp comes in, if he's clicked it. It's a guard tower going down. Both players using the market. Andy will be Castle Age still. Oh, who gets the Vills? And Andy will be clicking up soon. I have a castle coming up here for Barles. Okay. And, well, Imp now for Andy. Has a ram. There's no way this gets denied, right? There's no way that gets denied. 100 HP. Okay, he is Imp, Imp into GG. We'll see, maybe GG when Barles hits Imp then. Andy will try to wall those Vills. There to attack the ram, but they're gonna get killed by the crossbows. They try to hop back inside. Still a bit of HP on the TC. Those repair vills doing work. And Trib popping out for Barles. We'll start besieging this castle. And some samurai, some zoomy samurai in there. Trib deploying, attacking it. I'll see how long this castle can last. I don't think it'll last long. Zoomy samurai gonna try to find the vills by this TC by the looks of it. Gates up for Andy to make sure Barles can't run the vills. Andy now 30 seconds from Imp and with masonry on the way. Well, maybe you'd lose the Ford castle to the Trib. That TC can't be garrisoned much more. Ram coming forward. Samurai's coming forward too. Maybe we need to garrison in the ram. Blue needs more pixels on the minimap. That does potentially help. Okay, villas are forced out and the mangonel. As Andy gets Imp, Barles will call the GG. Barles won't give Andy a chance to mangonel everything, and Andy will advance to face ACCM in the finals. They'll be coming up soon. So 61 to 52 KD. Much more eco after having won the water early and being the Japanese. And 2.5 minutes later to Imp, no problem. That's Barles taking it 2-1. I mean, Andy taking it 2-1. Sorry, as scoreboard flip locations for me. Andy taking it 2-1, and he will move on to the finals. So, GG. I will be back in a short moment, and then we'll get to the finals. So thank you all for tuning in. Again, shout out to Daniela for hosting. And I'll be back in just a moment. Or actually, I might take a couple minutes break. Smarter Barles don't have to lose to ACCM if you don't make it there. Yeah, anyway, I'll be back in a couple minutes, then we'll have the finals coming up. See you in a moment. Alright, let's see. Have they started drafting? It says in 16 minutes. Okay, I got drafts though. That's probably... Oh, no, we don't have drafts. Previous set. Alright, so chat, we got time maybe to cast a game before we get into this. How about we cast a game? Easy, see you later, Jim Cullen. Let's see, is there anyone playing now? Did Hera start playing? Yeah, we'll speed cast Hera versus Yo as a game. They're on Arabia. Remind me to reset the scoreboard when we get to the finals. To turn the logo back. So we'll speed cast a game real quick. While we wait for the drafts to get started. I think Andy needs a short break before the next set, which is understandable. Don't want to make him play. And then back to back right away. And this will be Yo as the Red Sicilians against Hera as the Blue Malay. Hera doing the mill opposite the house. We'll have more farming space there. Spear is running around. Wall himself in. You can see this wood line being forced away from this one. Sicilian unique unit should be Michael Corleone. I have no idea who that is or what that is. Imperial Militia. The Monastery and TC up for Hera. Godfather protagonist. I've never seen The Godfather. I have not. They changed elevation on Arabia? They changed elevation. Oh gosh, look at these hills. Yeah, they've done some changing of elevation on Arabia. I would say these are Vubi-like hills, but they're not because they avoid the center of the player. So yeah. I've never seen The Sopranos either. You are correct about that. That is the Sopranos and Jersey Shore. That's our culture. So right, if you just see this on the mini map, look at this map. It's completely flat for Yo, and a tiny little hill at the back, and then bam, big hill. That's when the map script, based on how far they want the trees to be, has terrain placed as land generation around each of the players. And then hills are spawned separately on the neutral terrain than they are on the player terrain, and they can't cross over the boundaries between the two terrain types. But that means the hills get forced away from the players, as we see quite clearly here. Because they can't cross over that terrain, so instead of having a distance of around 9 tiles where the hills spawn from the TC, you end up whatever the terrain distance is, which is a few different settings where it can vary. And the hills are all the way out here. His base is beautiful. He's walled all the way at the bottom of the hill. He's at 5 TCs right now. He's ready to First Crusade after that castle goes up. Oh gosh, is Yo gonna First Crusade this? Did Hera get First Crusade Masterpiece? Yo's up 93 to 66 Vils. Hera with the score lead somehow. I don't think the score lead really tells the spot of the game though. Like looking at that Vil difference, as long as that castle goes up, there's no way Yo loses this game. But he is at a First Crusade TC situation. Like this Donjon here. He's up to Imp. He's up to Imp. Oh gosh, he can go Imp. Do all the upgrades for the sergeants and then First Crusade. I think that messes up the timing a bit. If he just did the armor upgrades, maybe Squires First Crusaded right now, and bam, he'd wipe everything. Well, I can still watch The Sopranos for the first time, at least. It's a very New Jersey show. I also can still watch Jersey Shore for the first time. I never watched that. The crossbow's breaking in. Yo, just about up to Imp. He's gonna do another castle at home, and he's Sicilian, so that castle will go up in no time. It's a great show. I am sure you're talking about Jersey Shore there. And he's fletching. He does need fletching. He needs some blacksmith upgrades. He could even double blacksmith it to get upgrades coming in. Warsaw Shore. Is Warsaw even close to the shore? I thought that was more inland. I'm watching Sopranos twice. Why is it blurred? Because those are paywalled capture age features, and I do not like the subscription model they have, so I don't use them. I mean, with prices these days, they should just include capture age in Game Pass Ultimate. Then maybe they could try to justify the price hike. So that monastery for Yo will go down. And Harris somehow, he's been down 30 vills for the longest time. And this Yo has not been able to fight him. Yo doesn't have military. He's not clicked First Crusade. He's 5 TC boomed without First Crusade. He's trying to get stables out now for Halberd Cavaliers. Hera will have Arbalest, and Hera will have a forward castle. And this very quickly could be getting dangerous for Yo. He's waiting for Armor and Cavalier to fight, as he doesn't have Halberd yet. Halberd. Last Turtle, why are you still connected or talking about Internet of Things? You're way behind on the stream. What is that? Are you using the rewind feature now for Twitch subs? Yeah, Twitch is rolling out the thing where you can rewind the stream, like on YouTube, without needing to go to the past VOD page and click the current stream. You were very delayed there. And that's okay, I'm sure all of us will be debated by it at some point or another as it rolls out. Stables on the cliff are aesthetically pleasing. That is nice, on the new limestone cliff too. So we have full armor on the Cavaliers from the Blacksmith, 2+6, because we also have the unique tech Halberd now in. But only 10 Cavaliers on the field. It's a lot of ARBs still. Yeah, they only do 2 damage. But 2 damage will add up over time. And this could be a massacre of Vils, as Yo's trying to throw up a defensive donjon. And we'll be losing Vils, and there are cannons there, so that donjon will go down before it even goes up. Oh no, there goes the Vil lead for Yo. Yo, don't collapse, not like this. Why is your TC here? I guess it's built fast, so 1 Vil TC can happen. Donjon's forward. Yo needs to amass enough cavaliers he can take a fight. He's going to be pressuring the castle. He does have 3 trebs. Could the bombard cannons destroy the trebs, though? Maybe the trebs should have been over here on the hill a bit more. Pikeman forward for Hera. How the heck is Yo losing this game? He got a 30-ville lead. I thought for sure he'd win. Here come the cavaliers. And as I said, cannons going for the trebs. Hera trying to repair the castle. 1 treb down, but the castle falls. Trebs are going down. Could this be a fight that the cavaliers win? More cavaliers on the way. So far, so good. They'll take less bonus damage from those pikemen. And it is just pikemen and not halbs for Hera. So all of a sudden, Yo takes a great fight and takes the score lead. Okay, and there we have Yo with that eco advantage, taking the lead. Glance away, and Hera has killed 30 vills, and now you glance back, and Yo has cleaned the army. There's Halb, that wasn't there in time. And Yo, still enough eco to pump cavaliers. And I think Hera maybe gets flooded and overwhelmed here. We'll see how many pikes he can get out, and how many halbs he can turn them into. Yo's aware of that TC, he's not. He's to be aware of the central golds, though. 2 golds in the center, as Hera had made that video complaining about. Yeah, we'll find one of them and get the TC. Yeah, patience did pay out so far. Yeah, I've been wondering, when does he do the First Crusade? I guess First Crusade, you want the armor upgrades, but then you can use it to counter the halbs. Castle from Yo. Ooh, that is a castle on a hill. TC will go down. That's true, you want 200 pop for the First Crusade. I thought the 5 TCs in the Castle Age where he was going to try to do an early First Crusade, and I still think that probably would have worked. I guess it's a bit expensive, though. Oh, wait, actually, it's never mind, yeah, it is still. For a second I was thinking maybe it's the Imp Tech, but no, it's the Castle Tech. So Hera's starting TC is down. Hera's still getting pushed on the left. And does Yo know? No, he does not know about this economy. The farms don't show up. But he is going to search for it, maybe? Will he find it? There it is. There's First Crusade. There's First Crusade. Not quite at 200 pop, but it will push him above it. The hard thing about this is managing the locations of where your sergeants go. Also, hello, Underil. How are you doing? I started being tripped down. Bills go down. And down it goes. Now Yo can raid and raid and raid. There's the GG from Hera. So Hera stayed 1 TC for a long time. Yo was able to boom 5 TCs and defend. And then eventually make the boom pay off when he took an amazing fight with the Halberd Cavaliers. Cleaned everything. At most he had 21 Cavaliers there. Hera had 48 military. GG. Exactly 8, yes, exactly 8. So that's 8 pierce armor against 10 damage arbalests. So you do have a draft yet. We do have drafts, and they have a lobby up. That was a nice little between games game. And there we are. So Personal Pizza Map 1. Black Forest and Canal Clash, the maps for Andy. and Migration and Atacama, the maps for ACCM. Can't enable the scoreboard until we get in game, so let me just do a rec and do the scoreboard. There we go. So best of 5, bigger drafts than we've had in the past. So Jurchens are drafted, yes. Yes, at the end for ACCM, we'll see if he uses them. Maybe he's got a plan for him. This is bugging out on me. OBS just can't be on half a screen. Alright, so Andy's in the lobby. We're just waiting for ACCM. And once again, we see the Chinese being prioritized heavily. How great their economy is, and then hybrid civs such as the Japanese, Italians up there in the draft. Malian's pretty high, but they can fit the same role. Bengalis and Turks. The Turks pick is interesting from Andy. Turks, Aztecs, and Poles. And end of Andy's draft. You'll have to be creative with them. Maybe Turks or Aztecs for BF. Yeah, the overlay is just the draft website. Overlay is just the draft website. Viper lost, yes, Viper lost to chart. Viper lost to chart. So Andy's in the lobby. We'll be getting this started soon. Just looking for ACCM. Oh, and he's there too. He's there too. Wonderful. Elos right now. Andy 2637, ACCM 2714. And they have launched, and personal piece will be the map. It'll be Malian's Khmer. Just the draft website. It's like 10 lines of CSS to remove the background, and then I just copy and pasted the browser source and cropped it to line it up. It's very, very minimal work on my end. Animation of the units, a samurai grabbing his sword repeatedly is all a draft website. Does the CSS change work? It just sets the background to none and applies a drop shadow to some of the elements. Eli, hello, Eli. 14 will, they have launch wheel 14 in a few seconds. How are you doing, Eli? Alright, so Pizza Map. ACCM will be playing as the cyan. Andy will be playing as the orange. Capture Age allows you to inject CSS. The overlay is not in Capture Age, that is in just OBS. No Capture Age there for the between game scenes. Eating right now, you're my lunch break entertainment, make me proud. Well, we have a pizza map to give you some lunch. And ooh, the TCs will be right next to each other. And the lumber camp here for ACCM will allow them to chop through and have access between the food third and the gold third. So different emphasis of resources in each of the thirds. Gold in the south, food in the east, and stone in the north. But all of them actually have food. In the north you can mill and take the shorefish, and looks like both players will be doing that. The land shorefish. In the south, you can still take elephants and hunt. And then in the east, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, I'll say 4 boars. Oh, 5 boars, because there were boars. 6, 7. Oh gosh, there are boars mixed in. 8 even with the rhinos, okay. I was like, oh, I'll count the rhinos. 3 rhinos, 5 boars. And deer and berries, so you get food for a long time here. And ACCM might be, is he gonna try to lure something? And he'll take the boar. Take the boar right away. Get the boar under the TC. So it's a 6-fill start, 2 in each quadrant this time. And ACCM will work on chopping a path through to get towards his TC. That'll let him join up the sides and be able to walk back and forth. Khmer Malians, 2 nomad. I mean, Malian's more of a nomad civ than Khmer, but that's my impression of normal nomad with water, not pizza map nomad. The ACCM quickly getting a boar or a rhino in as Andy has come forward to lame. A trout for lunch break. I just need a Twitch emote for all the food we could possibly have on our lunch break. Anyone ever cut their way out of the map? Yes, but often the game is over before that comes into play. This is lore from Andy. Okay, doesn't lose a vill, but that was a interesting lore. He didn't even get it under the TC. I'll have to take it kind of awkwardly out there. There's a tree in the way, and he is housed. So Andy may be struggling a bit with the build on this map. As ACCM will bring in another boar from far away. Everything he's done has looked pretty clean so far, doing a house now. Only 1 second of idle time from the TC, probably as it first went up and he was pressing the Create Villager button. Andy walking his vill in towards ACCM's TC, but safely can avoid that. It's by walking perpendicular to the direction the arrows are fired. And a bit of laming on the deers, but the deer are right next to the berries. ACCM could mill that and take them at some point. We'll be fighting, but no loom for ACCM, loom for Andy. So Andy, 11 seconds of idle time, and he had to do loom already. That'll give ACCM a nice lead, just over 2 vills. TC timing difference too, maybe accounts for it. Khmer definitely can't go up very fast since they can skip their buildings. And focus everyone on food. 2 on wood for ACCM, but you do kind of need... Oh, I guess the skipping the buildings doesn't matter on this map. You did a lumber camp and a mill anyway. All the quadrants, you need something for your vills in one... Or all the thirds. You need your vills in the other 2 thirds to do stuff too. I guess that's 1 drop site for each of them. As Andy's looking to wall in ACCM. Andy is trying to wall him in. Oh, that is hilarious. ACCM will be able to chop himself out, though, and come down to here. Do the knives of Vils look a bit cartoony? The male Vils have really large knives. This feudal will be on the way first for ACCM. And looking at those resources, only one, ooh, now two on gold. Makes me kind of wonder if ACCM might want a fast castle. 19 pop, but could pull it off with the Chimera because he doesn't need buildings. I guess he's too heavily on wood to make that a reality, though. Not enough hunt here for him to take, and he'll need to chop through. Chimera on this map, the great thing for them is the ballista elephants, and the fact that they can cut to every third, cut to the outside, and all of a sudden ambush your opponent from behind. To make them fight in a peace sign. This wasn't my map originally, but it's called Piso Pizza for the 3v3 version. What's the difference between personal pizza and Piso Pizza? I think this is just made for 1v1. As the name changed somehow. I guess the personal means 1v1. So ACCM's up. What's he gonna do with his up? Double-bit axe and a range. Archery range in the south. I'll look for Andy's Vills and try to pick him off with archers. Might do 2 or 3 archers, but that should be it. Nice farm eco for ACCM. He is the Chimera. So the inefficiency of being an extra tile away won't matter to him. He just drops the farm food off automatically. Still significantly more food for Andy. And by the way he's walled in ACCM, Andy has ensured he has access to the rest of the food up here. 2 rhinos a boar. Won't need farms for a long time. Also, only 2 Vills on the berries. And he does not like the berries that much. Archer, oh, and tower. Tower behind the wood line from ACCM on Andy. Right outside the range of the TC, a tile back. ACCM gets fletching. That could be devastating for Andy's wood line. He will have archers, so he's done archery ranges in the top and in the bottom left. And in the bottom left, those archers indeed are finding the vills that had been mining gold. And 1 archer per villager. ACCM will right-click them and let the archers do their handiwork. And there we are, archers chasing the vills down, and shouldn't be much HP left for them. So look at them running away, though. Archer is struggling to hit. More farms for ACCM, and he'll feel safe down here because of the fact he had to chop here and he's killing the vills. And his scouting has shown him that there's nothing else down here to fear from the likes of Andy. Could Andy steal and delete a farm and get wood back? I think you can. It's a female Vill, so they can steal the farms now, so she goes down. Male Vill up here, same thing. ACCM chasing both Vills with the archers. Andy up to the castle age, so Andy's the one who fast castled, but ACCM won't be too far away from growing up himself. Doing a blacksmith, presumably for fletching. Vill almost killed. The other villain was killed too. Archers are faster, so if you mic them properly, they'll always get the kills. ACCM would like to break out, especially with the archer support to stop rewalling. And workshop there from Andy trying to stop this breakout from occurring, hoping that he can get a Mangonel or Scorpion out and hit the Vills before they break through. Loom on the way, Loom now for ACCM, able to delay that for quite a while. And he will be clicking Castle anytime soon. Here's a stable from ACCM in this area. It's interesting. So 2 gold shy. And there he goes, up to the castle age. But did not manage to break in fully. And there now will be Mangonels pressuring him and getting to his TC rather quickly. His only TC, so castle has to be there. Continues to attack a wall. At which distance do they have to be so you get a second notification? I think it's about 10 tiles. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. It's going to be 150 long seconds, yes. Does it matter if it's on screen? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't think it does, but that's a good question. How do I know that? I've accumulated lots of random bits of AoE 2 knowledge over the years. Someone probably tested it years ago. I probably read someone's test results. I know some of my old YouTube content was codifying stuff I'd learned from AOK Heaven. Kind of improved upon, or otherwise knew about. So, a long 150 seconds indeed, but he is up now. ACCM is up. Still with a 2-vil advantage, but with almost a 2k resource collected advantage. It's a huge res advantage. He is however down by 3 Mangonels. And 3 Mangonels are scary. No matter how you slice it, 3 Mangonels are scary. They're going for the TC. Yeah, it says sucking the wood from ACCM. Here's the light cab. And he's gonna have 5 light cab and he's gotta hope for not an attack round. This is almost where he needs to get the castle. Like, he will lose this TC, doesn't have the stone for another one. And ACCM for a while now is going to be 0 TC gaming. Are you sure about his sucking ACCM's wood? Now the TC was the one doing the sucking there, let's be clear. Alright, so where does ACCM want to attack next? He's selling some wood. And, well, where does ACCM even go now? There's not much stone in the south. He needs to take some stone somewhere. Another TC for ACCM, this time looking to cut to the outside. Yeah, I'll have to put it here. Up and there it goes. Has an elephant he can take food to if he wants it. And an ostrich there. How lovely. Elephant. Everyone just shooting it. That'll be an awkward elephant. Oh no, ACCM. What is that elephant lore? He's probably worried about microing here. Mangonel's out. This will take his attention. Take his skill and cunning to get the Mangonel trade, and it does not work out. That Mangonel is up a hill a bit more, this one rolling downhill. And the attack round may be a bit more accurate for Andy as he will take that Mangonel fight. And then workshop down, and Mangonels, where do they go now? Where do they go? I mean, Archer's out there still, but not doing much damage. TC goes up. And Mangonels go for the lumber camp now, going for the lumber camp. And man, with 0 TCs, like, ACCM fell behind pretty far in Bills. Does Andy just win this now? He is a scout. At some point he can delete the walls and run in? I guess not with the light cab. At some point he can chop through and run this way. ACCM will add a Mangonel and aim to put the Mangonel behind the wood line. And he has to abandon that wood and go to the back outside wood. ACCM, how many Mangonels can he make? Can he get another one? And Andy, does he have Town Watch? He does. So he will have great vision of what ACCM is doing. ACCM have Town Watch? He does too. So he will have good vision himself from that outpost. But no matter how much vision you have, you always have to be careful in the Mangonel Wars. Each player going for a third TC right now. Feels kind of bad for ACCM though to be matching Andy when Andy's already gotten a healthy lead. Spears are forward, they'll poke the light cav. We have scale barding armor on the way. Husbandry on the way for ACCM. And what does that Mangonel do? Can the Mangonel get the TC from out there? Let's see, we'll see. Can he get Vills? Ooh, gets a shot on a Vill. Can he get another Vill? Vill idle? Oh, that's what you get for standing idle. No slacking on the job. This light cav can't do anything thanks to this wall. And we saw Andy with creative walls in that first set on that water passage on Pez Panino against Barles to block off the dock. And more walls here to trap ACCM. And X Tilda, thank you for the follow. And oh, okay, we're through. We're through. The light cav for Andy are through, and they're going to destroy this Mangonel. Wheelbarrow on the way now for Andy too. And where does he go now? Does he just take this area? I mean, there's nothing left for ACCM here other than a workshop and a range. The Vills are all going down. Your employers are idle and you throw rocks at them. They do complain and slap lawsuits, though. AOE2 not realistic. As long as you don't have an HR department, I think you're good. No one for them to complain to then. I doubt they had them back in AOE2 times. How did he get through? I think he just chopped. Just nears TC and send Vills there. Okay, bit of a traffic jam, but the Vills navigated eventually. And where ACCM's own light cav doesn't really have much to fight this. Mangonel goes down. Okay, ACCM with 2 mangonels still defending. Oh, they'll go down to the light cav. That'll go down to the light cav. Trying to do forging, but a bit too late after he already took a fight. Cav right here, jumping vills, and this is looking good for Andy. This is looking great for Andy. ACCM can try to hide in the houses, but there are no houses out there. There are farms he needs to delete. Andy going for the vills. On farms. ACCM, this is looking like an ACCM game. Andy now going to be up to his 5th TC as he puts one to the north. ACCM desperately trying to get one over here. Andy didn't clean, I guess, all the vills from here? Oh, one of them low on HP. I guess that hiding in the houses helped. And hello again, Bart. How are you doing? Welcome to the YouTube stream. Monk goes down. Spear is coming to poke. Andy's selling wood. ACCM now down 30 vills. He's really ACCMing this. And Cliffy. Twitch chat's almost always on YouTube. Well, this will be another light cav raid. More vills to be killed here. Monks want conversions and get one. That's still a lot of light cav. At least it's calming. Well, hopefully a calming stream helps. And up here we have a castle. Let's check total gold and stone. And zoom out and check that. Oh, this capture rate doesn't crash on me. Total stone, there is 32 clumps of 11,000 stone. Total gold remaining on the map is 40 clumps of 30k gold. And those vills going for more stone. And hello, Luna. How you doing, Luna? How did ACCM get a 3rd vill over here? Oh, his TC, of course. Well, the TC is castle dropped. Bloodlines on the way. And he's had that for a while. And he's taking the scout fight before Bloodlines. And he's trying to raid. ACCM so far holding off against the raid, but now down by 40 villagers. Clutching for Andy. Andy 2.5k more res collected. Just needs one good fight and ACCM should be done. Is this GG? I think it's been GG for a while, but ACCM is ACCMing. And here's a ram. That ram will be taken down. Okay. And the raids continue, but ACCM cleaning them up. As best he can, trying to clean them and minimize damage. And that is a forward stable from Andy. 2 forward stables in addition to that one. He is looking to pressure and finish off ACCM. As the score is approaching 3k difference. How did this come to be? I have no idea. I mean, here he's microing. He feels like he might still have a shot against this, but there is the GG. And Andy takes it 1-0. 71-45. Or... yeah, ACCM more gold. Everything else more for Andy. And over a 3-minute difference in the uptiming. That'll be a 1-0 for Andy. Winning personal pizza. That was Khmer against Malians. Game 2 will be Atacama. Feels like it's... I don't think Hera is the one to blame for ACCM's resignation timings. Unless they're playing each other, of course. So FreakinAndy, you'll be the orange poles to the west, and ACCM will be the cyan jerchins to the southeast. Wood game in the making. Hello, Can. So, Atacama, I guess this is the most Arabia-like map in the pool. It's supposed to be chaos maps, and this map is probably suitably chaotic. Someone pointed out ACCM picked the Jerchins, and, well, this is the map where he will figure out how to use them. Not sure how to feel about the poles pick. The farming space required will make it so insecure and the map so hard to wall. That's true, but, I mean, this is Age of Empires 2 in a tournament game. People are going to figure out how to wall this. And thank you, Istike9, for the follow. Full of boars are forward. And the boars split up here for ACCM. Forward wood. In some other versions of Atacama, there are either little ponds in the middle, or it's almost like cross, where there are 4 ponds in the corners. As the deer gets pushed in. We're taking out the TC, another deer on the way. There goes. And we go for the next boar. Jerchin, what are the Jerchins? I mean, yeah, the faster attacking mounted units can be nice. A little bit of extra food you get can be nice. But does he have a plan Does he have a Fire Lancer plan? Or a Grenadier plan? Or a Rocket Cart Siege Engineer plan? Why are the Jurchens here? The poles, as someone mentioned earlier, since this map is so hard to wall, they probably need to keep up a lot of pressure on ACCM to be able to keep their Folvark farms safe. They can't put them behind walls. I mean, Andy has a chance to wall there and wall to the edge of the map and have some farming space, perhaps. He needs to scout that, and he's spending his time pushing deer. He's already scouted a bit, at least. Is there a world where ACCM goes FC Fire Lancers? I mean, I have seen players attempt that with the Jurchens before. So deer being pushed in, scout calf pushing the deer. Feudal Age on the way for both at just about the same time. Or actually exactly the same time, 0 seconds of idle time for both. 20 pop up, 19 Vils, and no loom. No loom for Atacama when your lumber camp is this far forward. Are these players both crazy? Are they nuts? What is... what is this? You just thinking they can quick wall anything out. Knock down the lumber camp for Hera. Metza learned that. That is one of the trickiest things to deal with when you're being deuced. You have a huge lead, but one mistake and all of a sudden you find yourself without wood. Those two zebra walking off the map the other day. I enjoyed that too. That was sick. I wonder if we can reproduce that and somehow make a map where we have tons and tons of zebras walking off the edge. So there we are up to feudal. We'll have loom right away for ACCM. And no loom for Andy. And no loom. Andy will lose a Vil, but trap the scout. Andy being greedy, not going for loom. All these healing pole Vils. You see that healing in the middle of that fight? So, stable. Between some trees and doubts and market on Tiny Sunburn. Yep, that one it's like in the top corner. All those zebras. That was fun. I wonder how many zebras we could stack and get doing that. We might have to experiment. Yeah, lumberjacks. Oh, they're great. Especially like, if you're ever having trouble sleeping, I'll turn on Slam's stream and listen to his lumberjacks. Slam has the most acoustically pleasing lumberjacks, even though they all sound the same. A nice poke from that spear on the scout, and you'll get away nevertheless. Flock of sheep, a barcode of zebras, a QR code of longboats. Don't people fall asleep on T90's YouTube videos? I've been told that people watch my stream because T90 sometimes wakes them up. I'm more chill, and they don't have to worry about me waking them up if they open my stream or my videos. So Scout's still running around. Not much in the way of a scout fight though, no one really committing. Do you have loom yet? Okay, we do have loom now for Andy. And at the front, the scouts will group up. We'll see if there's a way they can push through the wall. Push through the wall. There's a hole closed up. It's closed up. It's chill until we find a map where the water edges have not been properly masked. Then all hell breaks loose for those straight lines. Or the farms, too, the farms. You fall asleep, not even member could wake you. I'm jealous of that. I wake up all the time. Ooh, the gate's open, the gate's open. But that could just be call an ambulance, but not for me moment, as the scouts are trapped in with spears. And Andy will wall the wood line. And now ACCM's trapped. He walked right into that, and he's trapped. Has to destroy the gate for a moment, but that maybe gives Andy an opportunity to raid when there are no nearby scouts to defend. And there'll be a couple of vills down. At least one. That's close enough to the TC. The TC can largely defend it. The other side got walled. Archer swapped for ACCM, but the scouts will see that. I'll get poked by the spear, though. Yeah, but a TC idle time, too. And he's still... Spear's popping out to try to fight the scouts. The vills from the woodline go to fight. And this tower from ACCM will force Andy's hand here. In terms of where he has to fight and what he has to do with the vills. Spear wants more pokes. And Spear getting into it. ACCM trying to come over with archers. Now Andy probably needs to repair that gate as ACCM takes the score lead. Spear keeps poking at the gate. We'll have a tower on the way from Andy. ACCM able to force the tower. That'll be a tower he then won't be able to do at home. As never mind. ACCM already had the forward tower. Yeah, able to force the tower then from Andy. Andy on stone. I was gonna say Andy can't do another defensive tower, but he's on stone. He can do a castle at some point when he gets up, and he's gonna watch Schlachter privileges. And alright, so it will be a Schlachter against the Jurchens matchup. A wheelbarrow on the way for ACCM. Scouts here from Andy, still hoovering around. ACCM has to be careful of overchops now. Which wood is there? 26 wood remaining on that tree. Don't know if there's one more behind it there. Don't think there is. We're almost finished. Neither player ready to go up. You think Fire Lancers will be Schlachter privileges? Maybe. Very few things Fire Lancers can't do. The defensive tower for Andy, he has been mining a lot of stone. Will this army get in before the tower goes up? Will the house wall go up in time? He needs another house, he gets it. Yeah, Andy's fine on the walls. And the tower keeps that out. So nicely done from Andy, didn't overreact. Maybe delete that house and rebuild out there if you wanted to. So wheelbarrow on the way from Andy, and might be wheelbarrowing up. Just clicked. Just want to see this eco. So there's bloodlines, there's fletching. And over here, army getting in, houses coming up. It ended up being Pole CA. Another tower for Andy. That first tower was great at stopping the army from breaking in. Will this next one be in time? That house has about 87 HP. Our troops keep the vills away. 47, 35. And the scouts are in. There's a lot of weak vills there. No forging on the scouts. Some bloodlines for Andy. As he'll have to run off with some farms. ACCM retaking the score lead. A bit more res collected for him. And that tower, everyone underneath it trying to take it out. ACCM applying the pressure. And he had to move out more into the middle to grab more wood access. This early enclave he had constructed in the middle of the forest was breached by the scouts. And eventually he deleted the walls to be able to add the barracks and the market and create more room. Bill's gonna fight the scouts here. Not a good decision or a bad decision. HP on the Bills. And low HP Bills are running. There she goes. And Castle Age first for ACCM. I'll give Andy a brief score lead. Andy needs to go up himself. See what he's able to do. Using the market, not quite up yet though. The more you use the market, the more inefficient things get. And he has 0 vills on gold right now, takes out the scout. And he is up. But what he's does not really have his gold access because he built his tower in the spot where you want the mining camp. So maybe delete that house, re-wall out there, or repair that, and then mining camp there could be a play. Watchtower going up. Castle Age and gold mining. And scale barding armor on the way. Another tower. We'll hit some of the wood line. Does Andy need another tower there? It hit all sides of this? Is he looking to wall there? I mean, that could be a nice wall. There's a stable from him. Okay, so ACCM, Bowsaw, Bodkin. And he's going Cav Archer. Alright. Step Lancer, Cav Archer. Andy, 150 stone. He hasn't placed a castle foundation. All that stone he was mining went to towers. Dustin's 3 is still chasing the scouts back. One knight for for FreakinAndy, not really committing to military. The way ACCM is to Cav Archers. What animal is that? It's a jaguar. Jaguar going for the spear. Cav Archers have to take out the scouts as they keep running around. Andy retakes the score lead, does armor. Wonder what happens when Schlachter Privileges comes in. I guess that's still a ways away. Andy generates gold while mining stone. There's a light Cav husbandry and scale barding. Knights have to run from Cav Archers. It's a forward workshop, okay. How should you prioritize heavy plow over bowsaw? You want to get both. Probably still prefer bowsaw. Heavy plow is something you can kind of wait in time between your farms expiring and needing to reseed them. Because it Only increases the food beyond horse collar. And then you're basically waiting for your farms to expire before rebuilding them, and at that point you need heavy plow. So if you didn't have much Dark Age farming, you get to the Castle Age nice and quickly, then you could consider not doing it. And let's see, Cav Archers could break through. That's only a palisade gate. At the same time, we have a push at the front. 8 on stone for Andy. 8 on stone. And he's not gonna have a good day if that gate goes down. Desperately trying to do tower. Okay, they're in the back. They're hoovering. And for anyone who was asking what does hoovering mean, this is it. Cav Archers, you're raiding, occasionally getting a kill. Oh, that tower not gonna go up. Tower not gonna go up. Oh, 88% doubt tower. These Cav Archers are hoovering. On the other side, though, we have a nice attack from Andy. Maybe running a bit far forward under TC's Monk defense from ACCM. And Monks and Cav Archers push this back. That was Andy's push, his Castle Age transition push. If Andy has to keep making towers at stone he doesn't have for the castle for Shalakta privileges. Now, 2 TCs over here. Workshop between them. ACCM will add a 4th TC, so 2 additionals is starting in a 4th. Andy just has 2. And right now it's a 20-vil lead for ACCM. The player with the 20-vil lead looks like they're in the better position. I think that's what we've learned today. Ballistics on the way for ACCM. Mangonel's going for the TC. Cav Archers, where are they going to go? Loop around the back? And Mangonel's coming forward. 3 Mangonels now. They need good hits on the Cav Archers. And he needs to stagger his shots, maybe. Scorpions, Mangonel, still pushing. Andy trying to do the Scorpion, Mangonel, Step Lancer, Monk, Knight, Tower push. Cav Archers here for ACCM. There's a guard tower. Lots of guard tower we've been seeing research recently. AI army, yeah. You need a lot of wood for CA, and Andy keeps trying to keep him off wood. Now be another tower. Cav Archer is going to pick off the Mangonels first of all. At least one of them in the repair mills. Castle going up for ACCM. And he's still up by 30 vils, so eventually ACCM I think is going to win this game. Eventually. He just needs to get to that eventuality. Monk's trying to get conversions on the knights. As that group will run into the back of ACCM's base, but find all the farms already garrisoned. All the vills already on a straggler. Not much you can do with these knights to apply pressure. Crab! Hello, Crab. These Fire Lancers? Maybe, does he need Grenadiers? Does he need Rocket Carts? What about Fortified Bastions and Thunderclap Bombs? Does he need those too? What do they have? The Iron Pagoda. Does he need Iron Pagoda, or do you just ignore that for gunpowder? Funny that despite the 13 vills on stone and feudal, and he still doesn't have a castle. That's what it felt like, right? He was putting all those vills on stone to go for Schlachter privileges, but no, he just ended up on guard tower. ACCM 2k vills ahead, and now 2k resources ahead and 40 vills ahead. Imagine that, 2k vills ahead. Need to delete then. He loves guard towers. Don't we all, though? I mean, look at the great architecture on these towers. It's nice. Another castle going up for ACCM. So second castle. Imp first for Andy. ACCM has to have Imp queued. Alright, add a TC somewhere. No way he has that few resources and doesn't have a collector rate. No, he doesn't. Okay, well, Andy up to Imp. Rage Force Pro, he and Barles play towers more frequently than most. Okay. Imp into what? That's a good question. Imp into what? Imp into buy 650 stone? Well, yes. Imp into... Or... Wait, he bought stone. Where did he... Oh, there's the castle. There's the castle. Okay. In position, he wants to be able to treb both. Could maybe wall there and then deploy trebs. Ram is still doing some ramming. Might go for that tower. Up to Imp and Trebuchet time. Trebuchet time as the ram goes down. And, no, Knight's gonna find a Vill. A Vill, is he gonna wall himself in? No, he's gonna build a wall. The Chemistry Bracer Town Watch. Andy. And ACCM still going up to Imp. Spear defense against the Knights. Let's go. Lots of Cav Archers. Finding Vills under 2 towers. Not enough garrison space in the towers for all of them to hop in. So ACCM just gonna sit there. So Cav Archers still running around. Spears, Halbs, Pointy Boys. Yes. Trebs are popping. Trebs are popping. We'll have Fortified Bastions, which is they regenerate HP, 500 HP per minute. Outpost goes down to the Knights. A castle going up in the middle now again for Andy. 2 castles. And castles here in the Treb War. Treb War. Meanwhile on the side, ACCM still with Cav. And Treb on the way for the other castle. ACCM up to Imp, with his castles being trebbed, and he'll be doing conscription and a treb. There's a strap in here with the poles, just scout rush into poles, I guess. ACCM pulling ahead and score. There's Schlockta privileges. And ballistics on the way. Still needs conscription, right? Yeah, still needs conscription. All the upgrades for the Cav Archers on the way right now for ACCM. Has clicked all the buttons. And it'll be a Treb. One Treb, but 1 against 3. I don't know if Andy's actually played the poles on this map. I think all 4 castles will go down. Well, ACCM out of stone for repairing. I need to run in the Cav Archers and hit the repair vills. That's 1 castle down, and I think you're right about all the castles going down. Unless the bombard cannon can hit the trebs, but Cav Archers are there. And Andy, another round of vills to repair that castle. Still down by 40, trying to do masonry. And 900 and dropping, or 9,000 and hop, or 900 HP and dropping. There you go. Stuck between 900 and 1,000 was my mind in deciding what to say. Castle going down. Castle going down to 2 trebs. 2 trebs you can repair against. Just need 13 vills and he has more than enough. Cavaliers push forward. Cav Archers take out Cavaliers. And this castle almost down. So close. 3 trebs. And no more stone. Andy needs to buy it and repair it. Doesn't get it. Doesn't get the repairs. Bought the stone. But now both castles are cleared. Both castles are cleared. Andy does not have a way to deal with all these Cav Archers. But somehow he's hanging in the game. He's down by 143 vills. And a hero unit that... hero unit. The, not the Jurchens, for they don't get a hero. What was I gonna say? The unique unit. Yeah, the unique unit. The Iron Pagoda. Not gonna come into factor here. Calling the GG. Redcliffe, he always calls the GGs. Cannon's going down to the Cav Archers. This castle will go down too, and that's going to be a lot of vills the Cav Archers could pick off. They're not going for them. They're going back to defend the trebs against the Cavaliers. He's totally doing an ACCM against ACCM. Okay, there's the GG. As ACCM finally would have done damage that Andy could not hold on against. There were 40 vills there, and 20 Cav Archers. There you go, so that ties it 1-1. GG. 108 to 96. Hey, GG. So yeah, 2 games where both players have hung on a lot longer than since it was over. I guess that happens when you have ACCM in a set. Urchins over poles. Last picked from both of them. It looks like Migration will be the next map pick. Best of 3, best of 5. This is best of 5. I think I didn't update the scoreboard. Thank you for pointing that out. Best of 5, yes. All the other sets were best of 3. The finals are best of 5. Well, now they've shortened it. Tied 1-1, they've shortened it to a best of 3. Overall, indeed, as you ask, best of 5. And interesting that Andy would pick Migration, because it is ACCM's home map. But maybe he just wants to leave his 2 home maps for the end. He did Oliver. Yes. Yes, Bob. Ooh, and we are 4 hours into the stream. I can feel it. Oof. You give me some energy, chat. Let me get through this. We'll have Migration. It'll be Bengalis for Andy and Italians for ACCM. Hello, Walt. How you doing, Walt? Jurchen's OP. Crab, is it safe to say that you are a Jurchen's fan? You only like Georgians, Mongols, Spanish, and Japanese. Well, at least it's a good variety of civs. We're just about into Migration. And here we go. Migration! This is based on the TTL version I had, so a bit different than other ones. I don't like its relic position though. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 relics basically there for Andy. 1 for ACCM. I mean, move 1 relic like 5 tiles to the side and it looks much better, but ugh. I'll have to think about relic positioning next time I do this map. I just use this version because it doesn't have those little pawns in the back. DE's Migration has pawns in the back sometimes, and we had issues recently in a tournament with a player who had docked and fish boomed because the map was unfair and the admins didn't call an admin re. That was Medieval Masters, I think. Yeah, that was what Hera had the pond where you could fish boom. Yeah, no sheep in the middle on this one. So slightly different from other versions. I didn't even do any like real water terrain masking here. I can definitely make the water a lot prettier than it is. Terrains in this map are based mostly on standard AOC migration. So if I were to revisit it again, I think I'd make it prettier. No sheep? Yeah, no sheep in the middle. You have sheep at home, though. You make all these maps? I made this version of Migration. I edited a couple of the other maps that were there. I'm not the original author of any of these, though. Bavil going forward for a house. And lots of salmon, lots of snappers. I had to include salmon. This was for a TTL in the past. We know T90 likes his salmon. like the sheep in the middle. I do too, maybe I'll have to bring them back next time. I did not put wolves in the middle, which DE's migration did at one point. I remember that. I had them there, I think that was on the Nations Cup version. I mean, think about it, it's just like, no, you shouldn't have wolves attacking your vills when you migrate to the middle. That's a lot of randomness to the transporting that you don't want to have to put up with. But yeah, I do a lot of map script editing. As I said, I'm working on some tooling for language servers for better syntax highlighting and whatnot for map scripts. Yeah, that is true. He's slightly farther from the mainland. That's kind of advantageous though, because you get more fish. As there are trade-offs. And he maybe has more fish in the corner. Can't put sheep and wolves in the middle. It's the recipe for disaster. It's the recipe for like a math problem. Where imagine that, like you have like the chicken, the farm, the wolf, and the villager. And you have to put them in the transport to bring them back and forth so they don't eat each other. Like that riddle. Like your graph search problems. It's a dock here for ACCM. And he's fishing, so Italians, Bengalis, that's, I mean, monk sieves, good water sieves, good skirm sieves. You might see some skirms on this map. You know, we all love the skirmishers, don't we? I watched a 7-hour game that T90 posted. Which one was that? Well, which 7-hour game? Was that how long the stalemate between, was it Matza and Hope took? I saw him casting some of that. Yeah, that was only 3 hours and 10 minutes. I know we had like Land Nomad FFA games in the past that were super long. Migration game where people wanted friendship? Okay, I didn't see that one. Oh, the welcome back one with the, okay. Yeah, that's the emote. I didn't see that, but I saw the meme. So ACCM will be up first. And one more villager 25 seconds later. That's true, I guess Trebs could hit the docks. So, will we see a transport soon? More fishing ships for Andy. Remember, you can do Dark Age transports now. He also won the game against Terra with the same strat, yeah. That's, I mean, if you didn't see those videos, because there's, Matza, basically, I didn't see the entire game, but I think he douched Terra and Vilfa at the lumber camp.
Hi.
And it's a strat, like, if, you know, it should never work. But it can work. And the way it can work is basically your opponent makes mistakes. And mistakes are as simple as building a mill or building a mining camp, and then suddenly you find yourself out of wood because you're also repairing the TC, and that costs a lot of wood to repair, and you don't have a good place to take to do a second lumber camp if you're vil fighting on the lumber camp and lose it. Yeah. That's the biggest threat of the douche. Whenever you face it, it's running out of wood. And how to manage the douche. There are many ways to defend it. It's honestly such an inefficient strategy that there are often many different things you can do and be just fine. But the one thing you can't let happen is mismanage your wood, and suddenly you don't have a TC or a base or anything. Yeah, right. It's a situation like it's easy to make mistakes against it too because it's so rare. It's not like you're constantly practicing the douche. Yeah, very instantly from how can anyone lose this to oh no, I'm defeated because he didn't have the wood. I think I didn't actually test this, but I think there actually is a way to drop off wood there, but it would require Matza making a huge mistake. I think that if Matza were to place a farm foundation and Hera were to attack the villager constructing it, and then he stole the foundation to take him for himself, he could drop off wood by finishing the farm. And in that way, get above the 60 threshold of wood with 6 or 7 villas to place his own farm. And yeah, so there's probably some weird thing that could happen there, but Matza would need to make the mistake of building a farm that Hera could steal. Which I don't think he'd do. And also extra hard to pull that off because actually male vills can't steal farms in the current patch. I don't know about foundations though, but the males just end up attacking the farms. I don't know what type of steroids they need to build those muscles, but makes them attack the farms. Yeah, I think you can't drop wood by stealing an opponent's farm, but I think you can drop it by stealing an opponent's farm foundation. Or maybe you could steal the foundation, then delete the foundation. Something like that. And Fraction, thank you for the follow. And our first player transporting to the middle will be ACCM, and he'll have some fire galleys coming around the outside. And Fire Ship and War Galley both come in. Careening! Early careening for ACCM. That'll put an extra armor on the fire ships. Oh, and thank you very much for using your Prime sub, Fraction. Thank you so much. Did they fix the only male villas get gold mining stone bug for the polls? Yes, they did. Yes, they did fix that. Female villagers now properly collect gold while mining stone. Ballistics on the way for FreakinAndy, and he will be doing the TC in the middle. And maybe the downside of going for galleys over fires is that you need the university and ballistics. And speaking of eating into your wood supply, that horribly eats into your wood supply. And it'll slows down your TC, as we see ACCM already with the TC, already with the monastery going to collect relics. Still more of a bug than diagonal hits. Diagonal hits are a weird one, because I'm pretty sure they didn't happen in the original game the way they do in DE. Did they ever fix the Catans bug where there are Catans in the game? No, they never added Tangoots into the game. There is a monk. He's put the relic in the monastery before the scout sees him. This will be a second TC, that'll go up. But it'll be up at the time Andy's just finishing his first additional TC. ACCM with 3 total, 2 on the mainland, 1 at home. Andy, 1 less on the mainland. Outpost here from ACCM, he'll get vision by being attacked. Yeah, they are different people. That's exactly what I'm saying. Bill goes down. Poor monk. And monastery for Andy. He'll get 2 relics. So fires. Big navy here being chased. Demo, ooh, gets a hit. Have to get them into the corner first before giving the build attack order. I'm pretty sure there was a bug with AoE 1 where you could build over walls, and that they explicitly addressed that case. There's horse collar for Andy. Never feels good to do horse collar on migration around 20 minutes. Sure, he'd much rather be fishing, but he's going to think about doing farms soon. And to be honest, it's nice to transition slowly into having farm eco and not just fish eco. Our house is going up for ACCM. They can be so good at this. You know, that's the thing. I feel like as I've played more Age of Empires, I realize that, you know, everything they do certainly is possible. Whether from the good or from the mistakes. And that's a fire that goes down. There's 12 on stone. Could be nice to drop a castle. Mangonel takes out the other Mangonel on the hill, but the one on the hill survives. One downhill loses some HP. Non-expansion AoE 1 CD version has a bug where shift queuing vills onto a building site makes them build from where they stand at any range. Really? I'll have to try that out. And also, hello, British Caboose. Here is that oh, one shot, Andy, one shot the castle. Oh, no, the Mangonel was there. What is that pathing? What is that pathing? He almost was able to one-shot the foundation. It wasn't quite there in time, though. And, okay, they trade. A few more vills could go down. Conversion's on the way. And low HP vills. On the outside, now the castle's there. Almost a Tim Castle with that Mangonel shot. And Imperial Age on the way for ACCM, so he's up to Imp. Andy doing his own castle, he won't be Imp at the same timing though, and that should give an advantage for the Trebor. Best of 5, yes, best of 5. Red Cliffy, best of 5. This is not the decider. I have a workshop for Andy. Italians can always do chemistry and then add in cheap bombard cannons. I don't see, Yeah, there you're Imp, and I still don't see Imp from Andy. He's getting close, but not there. Elephant push, siege elephant push. I feel like one Mangonel denies that. But then again, he's got workshops on both sides, so you do like 3 elephants in each workshop. Go for it. Go for it, I guess. Yeah, that's true. There's the... How exactly do I say it? Pyrotechnia. They plus 15% pass-through damage and are more accurate. That basically turns them into mini scorpions. Or gunpowder scorpions, however you look at it. You have hand cannons. I call them like scorp cannons or hand scorpions? Hand scorpions. Sounds very animal friendly. will convert them. It's also a problem. Well, Ellie Push seems like he wants to. No, there aren't that many monks. There are only 3, and they're kind of away. Not TC. At least it's not. At least this is not the Imp TC, but Imp is in now. Fast Fire will be hit for ACCM. Andy's up to Imp, but he'll be slower. And Chemistry are ready too. Yeah, the KD is really deceiving here now that you mention it. And Andy had won the water. When the ACCM's extra res collected make up for the loss of KD he has. Well, he'll pick up a relic that he'll steal from Andy. Bring that back, then have 4. There'll be 1 relic remaining. Way up there in the north corner. Andy, ooh, a tile away from scouting it, so he didn't pick it up. ACCM knows it's there. Good morning from Melbourne. Quick stream before work. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for stopping in. What does ACCM stand for? I have no idea where ACCM got his name. No idea at all. So Fast Fire is also for Andy now. ACCM will be pushing around the side on the south with his navy. We'll have crossbows now. About to get on the way. He needs to get Bracer. Didn't he do Chemistry earlier? Guess he did. There's Balkan. Okay, 5+3 attack. Still needs Bracer. And the Blacksmith upgrade. Yeah, Bracer for the extra range. Okay, we can become these poor villagers being victims of these crossbows to become arbs, perhaps. Cute, cuddly man. And, you know, the one thing about ACCM is he has a great fashion sense. You go to meetups and he's always very creatively dressed. It works very well for him. He's a style. It's pretty dope. He had a beautiful Christmas sweater at NAC. Oh, demo on the TC. Probably not the best use of a demo, but at least it's used. It's random, he typed when he first tried the game. Okay, Minganel's trying to destroy the Treb. Ooh, crossbows hit. Treb down. Minganel's trade. And Andy will call the GG? Okay, Andy will call it. Treb's gonna go for this castle now. He'll lose that. He has lost control of the middle, and ACCM goes up 2-1. So GG. Deceiving KD for Andy. Not much. 6k, 6.7k more res collected for ACCM. Faster imp timing too. Alright, so that'll be ACCM after dropping the first game. Goes up 2-1. Andy will now need to give us a game 5 as ACCM wins migration. If ACCM has to play Black Forest, we might be here for a while. No Japanese picked yet for Andy. And Turks and Aztecs remain. I guess for Andy it'd be Turks or Aztecs for Black Forest. Against ACCM's Bohemians or Lithuanians. And then probably Chinese, Japanese. Goes to Canal Clash. Cuddly Man wins it. And it will be Black Forest. Okay. Right. We're gonna have a Dark Age. Running out of ad break timing. Getting started like right now. Getting from the Netherlands. Netherlands. Arbase, are you ready for 1v1 Black Forest? You're just in time. Here we are. So ACCM will be the Cyan Bohemians and Andy the Orange Aztecs. Wait, why he's not Turks? not Turks? Why is he not Turks? What is this? What? Yeah. There's one Komodo dragon in the middle. This will be DE's BF. He's never ready. There are 2 elephants out there to lure in long distance. What's that? Okay, so Komodo dragon going for a Vil. ACCM will come forward and try to engage in the wall fight. Eagle at least is stronger than the Scout in the Dark Age. There's Loom for ACCM. Andy has Loom himself. And Andy will be doing a house. Okay, ACCM will wall. Aztec monks kill all, do they? Aztec skirms could be useful against Bohemians. I think skirms are usually good against them. Okay, let's see if they manage to wall off. It's the dragon. I mean, ACCM on Black Forest. we were 4.5 hours into the stream. This might be a 12-hour stream. Like, you have to monk rush his Aztecs here? I think there is room to go at Lattle Skirms. Monk rushing Bohemians doesn't feel good with their Castle Age hand cannons. Time to fall asleep. No, Arbase, I'm tired. I can feel it now that we're 4.5 hours in. Definitely feel it. So ACCM will get a wall up, but Andy will have 3 Vils on the opposite side of the wall. So he can do some laming at least. He'll kill a Scout if ACCM's not paying attention. So Vils can come back. Fight. These Vils here are ready to do some laming. I'm sure about that. Sure about their laming. So where do they go? Hitting this elephant, I think, would be great because it's a player elephant. There's a lot of Vils to have stuck. That's for sure. And ACCM just chasing. I'm surprised Andy hasn't done some fancy quick wall trick to stop the chasing Vils. Vils could find the water buffalo down here. FreakinAndy running a long way. And shoot the deer, because why not? That's what you always lame. Walking around, elephant goes down. Whole sequence with the Komodo reminded me of that crazy obstacle course everyone was doing for a bit. Oh, you mean the Alcatraz scenarios? Those were a lot of fun. Those were definitely a lot of fun. Oh. Andy's still trying to run around. The trapped Vil over here. This Vil will wall herself in the south, and Andy will maybe try some shenanigans. Has the buffalo there to scout for further Komodo dragons. Alright. Now it feels like the laming mostly is over. Andy might need to repair this. Andy, why are you not repair? Okay, there he goes. Alright. I thought it was after the Alcatraz ones. The Alcatraz was just something Doc Maggie uploaded. This Vil down here. ACCM must be careful he doesn't get his Vil trapped. Well, spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Alright. So I think we're gonna be maybe a bit a ways away from the action. And I need to run to the bathroom, so chat, who's here? Arbase, you're in charge of the chat again. Keep them entertained. I need to run to the bathroom real quick. Alright. There we are. Hello, nightlife. Welcome. We have some gates here from Andy. He's gonna send Vils forward and try to break through the wall. On the other side, Andy has still Vil fighting. He's got Vil's wall all over the place. What started with the Mets sign next year? I don't know. I don't even know who's even a free agent this offseason. Mets have a lot of needs. I feel like what they really need is to move Alonso to DH and grab someone who can play defense at first, and then maybe trade some of their younger players for a pitcher. I know we could sign Scherzer and Verlander, and then maybe we trade some of our young players for DeGrom. Alright, so what even is this walling? This is Alcatraz these days. Yeah, Alonso is a free agent, but let's think the Mets are probably the leading candidate for re-signing him. We kind of had this one period where Alonso made a simple throwing error to our pitcher, who at the time had like a 1.6 ERA, and injured his hamstring. Was out for a while, came back, pitched awful, and then was shut down for the season, basically. And everything kind of derailed for us at that point. I think Kyle Schwarber also is going to be can be a free agent as a DH candidate. So there's Feudal Market Blacksmith for ACCM. We'll have Castle on the way for Andy. Yeah, Andy sold the stone, so that's probably then Siege and Monks if you're selling stone as the Aztecs. Which honestly, if you get the read that that's what Andy's doing, I think you can start stonewalling and fat slobbing a bit, and then you only have to boom a tiny bit, do a university, do your Castle Age chemistry, and get hand cannoneers out. And hand cannoneers, once you get a good mass of them, should stop a monk rush. Although to be fair, maybe the monk rush comes from the inside. Crazy how many holes that man. It makes you wonder where even is all the payroll going? Like it's not like they had a starting pitcher. It feels like the Mets team had like 6 players in, maybe 7 players in: Alonso, Lindor, Soto, Diaz, and maybe Nimmo McNeil. And I don't know how the rest of that roster fills out to give them such a high payroll. Don't encourage it unless we want it to be a 19-hour stream. I think Twitch would probably end up forcing me to play a lot of ads for that long. So there's the monastery. ACCM doesn't know about that yet, but maybe he's sending his Vils to scout just to see if something's up, and he's gonna find it. He's gonna find it. He does find it. There he goes. And immediately he'll try to wall it off, but as long as that hole exists. Gap in the back for monks to come. What are we gonna have here? Does he have to tower this to ensure monks don't pop out? Stonewall it, do his own monastery. So Bosaw on the way for both players. Monk on the way And, oh, the gate's open! The gate is open and the Vil is dead. Wait, what the heck just happened there? Well, I was gonna say, as long as that Vil's alive, he can attack the palisade and eventually break out, but that didn't happen. Okay. Andy ahead in resources collected. He's doing a second TC at home. ACCM's doing his second TC. Proper clowning. Lewis, I mean, that's true. Lewis did win sudden disaster. He is currently the clown king. Can I just hop through the corner? He cannot. He used to be able to teleport relics. This would almost look like a relic teleporting setup, but no more. He's stuck in the Vatican. Hello, Carlo. And atonement. On the way here. Oh, on the way here. For Andy. And well, let's see if either of these players goes for something. Oh wait, Andy, he's got more monks. He's got sneak vills everywhere, still doing monasteries. He's got sneak vills everywhere doing monasteries. Alright, this game is hilarious from all those sneak vills he has. Still has them there. Never were contained. And he gets a conversion. That goes down to the TC, but gets the conversion. Ruins of Hattin, yeah, you can't teleport the relic anymore. Let's get converted. There they go. Ooh, TC takes them down. And runs away. So another monastery, more monks. The more conversions he gets, the more vills he'll have. And now it's a workshop. And ACCM has to do defensive monks. And at least has good gold income as the Bohemians. And the Aztecs are going to have a ton of HP upgrades already. So yeah, they just need redemption. And eventually they can go for heresy. But more monks for ACCM. He's already down in monk numbers though. Oh, 2 conversions from Andy. He gets both conversions. Oh, that was lucky. That was great. I think we're gonna have a game 5. His devotion. Oh no, ACCM wasn't devoted in the monk fight. There's redemption. He wasn't devoted. Now, if... Oh, and there's another monk. Double conversion on one should win. Does. The monks will need to recharge their juice, but... if Andy's really smart, he'll convert vills and use them to free this monastery. And ACCM calls the GG. Can't deal with the monks. We're going to game 5. 6-2 lead, or KD lead for ACCM, but Andy with 12 conversions, 12-0. Okay, well the sneak fills paid off. Once you sneak, never give up. No matter how much you're chased. So far everyone's won their home map, and Canal Clash is what's left. That's Aztecs against Bohemians, a matchup I thought definitely favored Bohemians, but not in that situation when ACCM doesn't handle the sneaks. What civs for Canal Clash? Japanese, Chinese. I don't think there's any other going about. Nomad start with some water, so I'd expect the Chinese to do a TC. And use their Vil advantage, the Japanese to fish. Expected Turks got monks. Hey, Turks have good monks too. Don't be sleeping on the Turk monks. I remember Eddie going monks many years ago in tournaments. And it will indeed be Japanese-Chinese. Confirming that on the dashboard as we load in. So game number 5. Game number 5. Yeah, I played one ad, so hopefully we don't have ads during the game. But it shall be game number 5. Japanese-Chinese on Canal Clash. See what the Japanese will do with their fishing ships and how much of an eco advantage it could potentially give. These things are all knotted up, 2-2. So we'll have 10 out of a possible 11 games today. And here we are, game number 5. FreakinAndy will be playing as the Orange Japanese to the west, and ACCM as the Cyan Chinese to the north. And this might be an admin re because the map didn't spawn wood for ACCM. So, I don't know if Daniela would admin re that. Probably should be. I might need an admin re. Let me check. I think they're going for it. Message Danny. We'll see if they admin re this. The trade cart for ACCM going to run around. Okay, she said yes, admin re. So hopefully they do actually get an admin re here. Looked away for a minute and BF is over. That can happen. BF can be over in a flash. See if ACCM wants the admin re, I guess. Maybe he just doesn't want it. Maybe he's saying, I don't need that wood. And hello, Anthony. Yeah, so there should be an admin re. We'll see if ACCM does it. See, he's definitely scouted that there's no wood there by now, right? Yeah, and Andy's gonna scout that there's no wood there. And he's gonna be like, yo, you admin re-ing this? And Andy's gonna get a lame on a buffalo with that trade cart. It is 4 minutes into the game. I don't know if they're gonna see if they're in the voice channels like they should be, if they're gonna see the messages or not. Admin re because this wood didn't spawn. There should be wood there. Like you see Andy, he's got Andy has full wood. All the way across the side of the map. ACCM's wood is bugged and the map didn't generate it. Unfortunately, it's something that does happen in this map. More often than we'd like. So this is one of Danger Duck's maps that he saw this. It never happened in the 3v3, but does in the 1v1. Will it matter? It might not matter. Oh yeah, apparently they're not responding, so I guess they're just gonna go for it then. Is it still? I think they're supposed to. I don't know if they actually are. ACCM definitely well aware that it's bugged, and if he wanted the admin he definitely could have gotten it. Maybe he didn't want it because of the closed tier? I mean, maybe. That's not instead of the extra wood. And they just kind of spawned there. Like, the deer spawn all the way up and down the side. If the wood weren't there, maybe they'd be closer, even closer to the TC, they'd be over there. See, this is just a full wood line. Anyway. Oh, the zebra, he's doing it again. For some reason, the zebras like to walk off the edge of the map. And here, we got another one. We got another zebra. He's doing it. The treadmill zebra. And his buddy's watching him like, you get your steps in, buddy. I'm gonna be over here chilling by the market. Has a survival instinct. Yes, the treadmill zebra returns. Look at him go. He's got such a nice stride to him. He's saying, don't hunt me. So we'll have Feudal a bit faster for ACCM. 20 vills for both, 1 extra fishing ship for Andy. Loom for ACCM. Andy didn't do loom. And their trade carts will just be flying around scouting. 4 dock for ACCM, so they both dock the same side. Andy with the Japanese fishing ships probably has a bit more of an incentive to keep the water. Can you destroy the neutral market? No, you cannot. No, you cannot. It should be placed, or I'd need to look at the map script and see how they place them. Usually you use make indestructible, and then they can't be. Although if they didn't, then maybe you can. I think they did. It probably would have jumped out at me when I looked at the map script for the cookout if that wasn't there. Yeah, the market is a female villager for some reason. I don't know why. Just capture age things. So 3 militia marching forward for FreakinAndy. He's the Japanese, and he might want to do the men-at-arms upgrade. Wood line is walled in for ACCM. And the militia are going to head straight there. How much to use generative AI for map scripting? 0. None at all. Even stuff like editor autocomplete I found to be, like predictive autocomplete, I found to be completely useless. Because it just is filled with way too many hallucinations. So it's like when I write Rust code and I have predictive edits, they are very lovely. When I write map scripts, it is just no. It's just hallucination after hallucination. And actively I spend more time fixing it. And then it helps. Okay, I don't think you can block the Vill from repairing. I don't know why ACCM isn't repairing. He probably hasn't noticed because he's fighting on the water. And fighting quite well from what I can see. No, we're not going to have AI-generated maps and tournaments. So ACCM not paying attention to his wood line, and doesn't matter where the wood line is, he needs to pay attention to it. 2 vills down. Okay, I don't know if this does anything, but maybe just makes sure that ACCM can't see it. That's 5 fishing ships. That FreakinAndy's gonna run. And he came forward. He came forward. He wanted to do a forward range. ACCM aware of it. He's aware of it. He's going to Vil fight, and Andy will have to go back. He's gonna have to go back. More powerful man-at-arms. Yes, so it's a 4-0 eco KD, as ACCM finally realizes what's happening and wasn't able to attack the mule cart because it has 0 width and height, or 0 length and width. And there's the range, a bit safer this time, on his side of the canal. We're gonna lower bore. ACCM, after fighting a bit, will head back towards the tower and the safety it provides. Alright, bore being lowered in. Are there vills by the TC to hunt it? There's 4, that should be enough. So 5-1 eco KD now in favor of Andy. Despite being very far forward and aggressive with the fire galleys, ACCM has not actually destroyed Andy's fishing ships, and Andy can make another dock down here. Just has to be careful that he doesn't auto-task the fishing ships back to the other side. Alright, big fire galley fight. Oh, ACC. Oh, what a spot to hide in the docks. But there's a man-at-arms coming over. He will be burned alive, though. Ooh, demo. Okay, all of a sudden, not as good of a hidey hole. Demo could come around the rear. Oh, the demo wants that Vil. Get the Vil, get the Vil. What's he waiting for with the demo? Oh, maybe he can't sail on the ice terrain. Yeah, that would make sense. So couldn't actually hit the Vil. Alright, yeah, this terrain thing can't be sailed on, I guess. Or can it? I didn't actually realize that. Maybe it can't. Oh, there's a demo kind of wasted on the dock. And now ACCM, there we go. There's an explosion on a Vil. He's losing his water control. He will have to run the fishing ships. Demo for both. Cancel each other out, basically. Fishing ships. Oh, they're just finding another dolphin. Nothing else getting to the wood line, but looks like ACCM is much closer to going up. How did he just get all that food? Did he force drop something? Maybe he did. Like a fishing ship. Or a group of fishing ships. Oh, they all must have come back to the dock at the same time. And ACCM, he's ready to go up. He's ready to go up. He might need buildings. He has a range. He will need a blacksmith and or a market. I mean, building the market so you could trade could even just be a thing. Roasted men-at-arms. There's the blacksmith, and with that he shall be up. Bit late not having the building, but up nevertheless. Fire's over here. It feels like Andy's... Oh, he has skirms! He has skirms! Andy making the best unit in the game to try to harass the fishing ships. Defend against the archers. Fires will force them back just a bit. Fire comes forward. Bill repairs. And the question will be, what do you do with this castle age? Do you put down your TCs when you're this far apart? You see Andy's already walled, probably not going to do much damage, but then again, the gold is forward. And if you go up, you do a very quick ballistics, you're threatening the gold, but also running into skirms. So maybe you need something other than just crossbow to threaten the gold, in which case you might need to boom a bit more. And the early aggression won't matter. Getting detail on the ice? Okay. Maybe the demo was blocked by the mountain. Then again, the man-at-arms or militia wasn't blocked by... I don't know. Might have different collision sizes. Like 0. And they have different non-zero collision sizes. Okay, and there we are. The archers forward. The skirm's low on HP, being picked off by the archers. And his castle age. And second TC for Andy. Yes, he's going for the TC approach. ACCM hasn't shown what he's doing yet. This is just War Galley. And, ooh, could he get on the TC? And the TC goes up. Archers try to get the skirms. Yes, it did. The trade carts fly on this map. Makodon, they have 0 collision size because there are pathing issues. So Danger Duck, during the cookout, told me to make them fly. And so fly they do now. And ACCM maintains the water control now that he has fire ship. And he had to move to the south where he still is fishing, and fishing is the Japanese. I'm sure he's happy with that. But neither player really booming all too much. Andy just 2 TCs. Yep, it is very weird. It is a weird thing. Oh, that's something that happens on the map. Okay, what did I say about Andy keeping the fishing ships alive? What did I say? ACCM gets there. He gets to the fish. With the Castle Age fire ships now, Andy doesn't have War Galley, so he probably can't defend this or stop the fires from destroying the fishing ships. ACCM will block a bit. Get the fish. All right, ACCM destroys Andy's fish while keeping his own fish alive. And he's gonna need to keep moving down to fish more. Zero on food for Andy. Trying to fight with skirms against fire lancers. Oh, ACCM doing the fire lancers. Andy with a huge res collected lead though. ACCM a slight score lead in KD. And trying to control the middle with them too. So fire ship, fire galley fight on the outside, forging on the way for ACCM. He's pulling ahead in score. Oh, and Turs, thank you, Turs. Thank you for using your prime sub. Lons to you. So many prime subs these days. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support from all of you. I hope you'll be looking forward to Stronghold Frenzy. That'll be starting next week. Sign up for that close on Friday, so tomorrow. But that's hopefully going to be fun. Good clown tournament. Once a conversion on knights, knights have to run. He's selling some wood. And put in a third TC, but already down by 10 vills. ACCM 2 TCs and booming away. And yeah, Andy probably needed some farms earlier, having lost the fishing ships to keep the eco running smoothly. There's the university. That res collected difference. Remember, that was huge earlier. That's narrowed up to about 400. Yeah, 3 TCs, but not enough food to keep them running. Boom, on the monk goes the demo. And it'll be cav archers, Japanese cav archers. which should be okay against Fire Lancers. And good against Knights. No more camels for the Chinese for chasing down Cav Archers. So it might just have to be Knight Crossbow or a Knight Skirm. Or even Light Cav. Light Cav can be helpful against the Cav Archers. They catch them better than the Knights do. Wheelbarrow for ACCM. Still winning the water with some demos. Okay, up by 13 Vils. That could change in a heartbeat due to the fishing situation. Another dock from ACCM, so it looks like he's emphasizing water control, edging his way down to the southeast. Feeling maybe he can't push too much on land with the Fire Lancers. And here's some repairs, and Andy's staying alive. And what is this? Andy with the Cav Archers coming forward. ACCM, this is where not having that wood line hurts. You'll need to come over here. Diversity on the way up. And Elite Skirmisher on the way, the best unit in the game for ACCM. Trying to get that University for Ballistics for this, not just the Skirms, but also the Scorpions. That's 2 layers of farms away from the TC, though. Skirms, I know, Skirms are so lovely, aren't they? Where are the Cav Archers going to hoover next? Andy needs to do some damage. Here's Bodkin for ACCM. He's pushing at the front. Are Scorpions the answer to Fire Lancers? Maybe if they get Ballistics. Like the Komodo on top of the mountains. I do too! That's a really nice touch. I like the Komodos on top of the mountains. And they each have their own little perch atop from which they watch the AoE 2 game. And the range goes down. Scorpion's still around here. Mangonel destroys a Scorpion. Okay. Yeah, here be dragons. Gold mining on the way. The ram trying to chase down the Mangonel. Will it get there? Will it get there? The Mangonel stopped. Gets one ram in. Cav Archer going to block. Oh. There's that ballistics for ACCM. That'll make the raids much harder for Andy, because he'll be dying as he runs away. Won't have the same mass. Oh my gosh, Scorpion. If the Scorpion could one-hit the castle. No, not gonna happen. Wheelbarrow on the way. Does ACCM see that? Nope, he does not yet. Oh my gosh, a demo? Nothing really to demo, though. But I should see the castle foundation yet. Now he's aware of it. Now he is very aware. As he has won the water. He's won the water, cleaned Andy off of the southeast, and is up by about 20 Vils. Only 2 fishing ships for ACCM, but 20 Vils. And he's doing a market in the corner, and with all the map control, he's going to trade diagonally. The most valuable trade you can get, the diagonal trade. You thought that along the side of a map was interesting. Wait till you see the diagonal. Legendary diagonal trade, the flying trade cart. So we'll have leather archer armor on the way, and the demo ship. What do you do with all this stuff? Maybe at risk of the castle sniping the trade? I mean, not if he trades from here all the way down to this market. And cav archers here. The workshop is down, and the castle's giving Andy a bit of a lane from which to push. Treadmill crane and bowsaw on the way. Mangonels, come forward. ACCM does not want to take a shot here. He's up to Imp. ACCM is up to the Imperial Age. What does he do in Imp? Does he go Cavalier? Does he worry about the Mangonels? Have maybe some staying power against the Cav Archers? Does he just go skirm his own rocket carts? And there he gets a Cav Archer. And he's trying to get the stone in the middle, but don't know if that's realistic. Gold mining in, or stone mining in, gold shaft mining on the way. ACCM as the fires come forward, and we'll go down, I think, to some castle fire. Nope, trade line should be equally effective, Bob. Should be equally effective. Only if the markets are slightly farther from the outsides there, so that one might be slightly less effective than this one. It depends. Depends where you put your own market too. So guard tower on the way, Japanese Yasama towers for Andy. But he's being raided, the skirms are getting in on his villas at home on the gold. Nice skirm raid. Skirm's gonna take out Vils. He needs to garrison again. He's up to Imp 2, he's doing Yasama for his towers. Any maps from AOM or other games I'd like to see in AoE 2? I think they've already done a lot of them that they put into AoE 2 from other maps. I think there were a few they've added. And off the top of my head, I don't know of any. I know there were a couple of AoE 3 maps that had been added. Or at least were done by people in custom events that I probably had seen. Like New England. Okay, demo! It's nothing, it's destroyed. Andy protects himself from the demo. There's a great wall for more HP on towers and walls. That watchtower HP. Can Andy get a push on land going, or can ACCM find a composition that can stop the Japanese towers and cav archers? Rocket cart on the way. Heavy rocket cart will be very useful. Is Andy up to Imp? And Andy adding another TC down to the south. So Treb out. Treb going for the castle. Going for the castle. And Andy might need to send some of those stone bills over to repair it. Doesn't have much stone left. Husbandry, gold shaft mining, scale barding armor. And brought dragon ship. Dragon ship and shipwright. And a Lu Chen. What is this? ACCM doing the navy of the Chinese. They have this thing now instead of a cannon galleon. All those people who complained the Chinese didn't have enough gunpowder, they had their cannon galleons replaced. Trebs one-shot these things though. ACCM has to be careful. And there we are. Oh, another one. Just don't lose these things. Don't lose these things. This castle under these catapult ship fire. The Treb shots keep landing. And castle slowly falling. Some Cav Archer raids on ACCM. Still has a huge villager lead. Okay, a house goes down, or a castle goes down. And the Lucian will focus on the towers next. Tower down. These trebs are trebbing. And Andy will just call it. Andy will call it. His Cav Archers here aren't going to do enough damage. He's losing his docks. Down by 25 vills. And ACCM will be your midweek madness champion. GG. Ooh, we streamed 5 hours and 12 minutes today. We had just about 300 viewers for the finals here on this channel, between Twitch and YouTube. So, ooh, I'm exhausted. Thank you all for the support today, and make sure to support Daniela. We'll give Danny a raid on Twitch, because I'm exhausted. I need a nap. Here we are. 3-2 for ACCM. Crazy back and forth set between the two of them, so congrats to ACCM. He picks up a win, and he's not able to finish it off on Canal Clash. That Chinese pick, really strong. Ooh, thank you all for watching. Thank you on Twitch and on YouTube for being here. Second time you've seen that woodline not spawn, I'd like to speak to the map scripter and speak to Danger Duck about that. It's his map. But we looked at it for GL Cookout and didn't see a quick way to fix it. Maybe if we use it again, I'll have to take another look. But the player with the bug map won anyway, so it works out. Anyway, we'll end on YouTube, and I will see you all later. Might take tomorrow off from streaming the stream over the weekend, and then start Stronghold Frenzy next week, so I'll see you later.